Good evening. This meeting is now Yes. Everybody on mute? Yes. Same open session. Okay. Good evening. This meeting is now convened. The time is 4:35 p.m. Board members present via Zoom are Trustee Santos, Trustee Bluford Daniels, Trustee Sung, and board members present in the boardroom are Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Allen, Trustee Cruz, and Trustee Guidry, and myself. Oh, and Trustee Flynn-Villaseca. Sorry. Trustees, please put your microphones on mute and turn on your videos so that our colleagues and the public can see you. We are posted this evening to conduct a public hearing on School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, also called School First, which will be our first order of business. Dr. Lathan, do you have comments to make at this time?
Good evening, trustees. Chief Reed will present our annual presentation.
And Dr. Lathan, if any of your staff who are speaking tonight could introduce themselves to Trustee Guidry so she can connect who's who.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Glenn Reed. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the district. Welcome. Glad to have you. Trustees, Interim Superintendent Lathan, public, everyone who's been able to join us. It's my pleasure to bring to you the 2019-20 rating from the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, acronym FIRST for this. Now, it's based off of the financial data from the 18-19 fiscal year. So the actual financial data is one year behind. We'll have a 2021 rating next year, obviously, for 19-20. So why School First? So School First it's like a scorecard for Texas on school districts' financial health. So it looks at the quality of financial management. It looks at to the extent to which our financial resources are allocated towards instruction. Evaluate financial management decisions, and then we have to report those results to the public. There's also every year around this time, there's a newspaper posting that tells the public when this public hearing is. Runs twice before our meeting. So we did receive our final rating from TEA on November 6th. The district has then 60 days to do their public hearing, and it is again based on the 18-19 financial data. So the School First rating has 15 indicators. And it's the rating is based on points, pretty similar to our normal scales. The HISD, however, for 19-20, again 18-19 financial data, we scored an A, and we got a score of 100 out of 100. So very, very happy with that result. This is just a comparison of what the scores were compared to prior year. So the 18-19 score, again, that is from 17-18's financial data. The 19-20 score is from 18-19's financial data. The only one that changed is indicator number 10 related to debt ratio. We actually should have gotten 10s in the prior years, but it was just the way they were doing the calculations. So they have made changes to that, so we are compliant on the scorecard now as well on indicator number 10. So indicators 2 and 14 center around the audit. What are the results of the CAFR, which is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report? So the first one is we have to submit our CAFR within 150 days of the close of our fiscal year. So we met that deadline, so we passed. Was there a modified opinion? Well, HISD received an unmodified opinion, which means that we do pass this. One indicator we still failed for 18-19 fiscal year was material weaknesses. Those weaknesses were not repeated for this year, except for governance. We still have some governance that's outstanding. And then a clean audit in case the district had no material weaknesses in controls on that one. That was for federal funds. We passed that one, so there were no material weaknesses on our federal funds. Did we pay our bills on the time? It's one of the indicators. We passed that, and that has to do with our debt agreements, paying our debt on time. Did we submit our payments to TRS, to the Texas Workforce Commission, to the IRS, for garnishment and so forth? Did we do that on time? Yes, we did, so we passed. Another question, indicator 6, is what's our cash on hand? So this indicator looks at how many days cash you have on hand. And to get 10 points, you have to have greater than or equal to 90 days cash on hand. So at the end of the fiscal year, we had 171.6. So in great shape on cash on hand. Indicator 8, long-term liabilities to assets. So what this is looking at is it's the indicator is saying, okay, if you are less than or equal to 60% of your assets being long-term liabilities, then you pass with 10 points. HISD is below that number at 48.05. So we did receive 10 points on this indicator, making sure that you don't have more long-term liabilities than you really should compared to your assets. General fund revenues is indicator 9. So did we spend more than we earned? So this is use of fund balance. So in 18-19, we did not use any fund balance. However, if we do use fund balance, which in 2021, we will use some fund balance. But if your cash on hand is greater than or equal to 60 days, then you can still pass this indicator with a 10. What this is doing is making sure that a district doesn't continue to use fund balance long term and cash on hand starts to decline. Indicator number 10, this is one I mentioned earlier. So what this does is this is a calculation to ensure that the ratio of your debt principal and interest compared to your revenues and overall expenditures, that you're positive. Basically, if you're greater than or equal to 1.2. If you're less than 1, then you risk defaulting on your debt. But the district did score a 10 on this. Sorry, I'm missing the 1 in front of that. My apologies. Not a 0. The indicator number 11 is the administrative cost ratio. So for a district our size, I didn't put the ratings or the scores below because it's a large table because it's based on district size. But for HISD's size, we have to be below 8.55% to be able to receive 10 points. Our administrative cost ratio is actually 5.97%. PEMS data comparison. So every year we submit our PEMS data to TEA. That's the electronic file we submit to them that has all the details of our budget. Then we also submit our CAFR to them, our CAFR schedules. They do that comparison. So if you're less than 3% variance, then you receive 10 points. If you're more than 3%, then you don't get any points on this indicator. Our difference was 0%, so we did receive 10 points on this. Indicator 15 is financial hardship due to overpayment. This basically says that you ended up, your budget was off or something happened within your budget, causing you to owe TEA money, and you didn't have the money at the end of the year to pay it back, so you had to enter into a payback plan. HISD did not have that happen, and never has. So answer is no, we didn't have it, so we did receive 10 points. There are also some required disclosures that we have to post online, that have to be out there for a year, and this is where that information can be found. It has disclosures about travel and food and so forth for board members, disclosures about gifts or external funds that they may receive for doing any kind of speaking, as well as the superintendent's contract and the comparison or the current year's School First report. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Reed. All right, any questions or comments from my colleagues, please? And trustees, use the chat to request to speak. Nobody? Going once, going twice? I have two quick questions. One, and additionally, can the board get a copy of this, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Just so we have it for reference. Can you explain what the governance material weaknesses are, please?
So that was board governance. That was from the TEA report.
Okay.
And since that's still continuing,
okay,
then it's actually in the current 1920 CAFR as well,
okay,
as pending.
Okay, thank you. And then can you go back to indicator 12?
Whoops.
Please.
Oh, that's right. Here, 12.
Or maybe it wasn't 12. It was before 13. So maybe it was 11. Yeah, this one. So we did get 10 points. Never mind.
Yes.
Okay. I have no question about that then. All right. And no questions from my colleagues. So we are good, right? All right. So, so we will take a short recess and we will be back here at 5 o'clock. Thank you. 5 p.m. We will now hear from speakers who have signed up to comment in our public hearing. We welcome all of you who are joining us online this evening. In response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, the Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center is observing Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines. At this time, the Manuel Rodriguez Board Auditorium remains closed for public meetings. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from members of the community. Only those who have registered with the Board Services Office by online form or email by 9:30 a.m. today will be allowed to speak or to have their comments read aloud. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to Board Services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 12 speakers registered this evening who shall be limited to 2 minutes each per board policy. A member of the Board Services staff will track your time. The clock will signal when your time is up and the call will end. I ask that you please respect our procedures and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Additionally, while you are speaking on the call, please mute your computer or other device on which you are watching the board meeting in order to avoid interference. We will now take our first call-in speaker. I'll turn it over to the administration.
The first caller is Gary Monroe. Mr. Monroe, you have 2 minutes.
Monroe.
Mr. Monroe, you have 2 minutes. You may begin.
All right, you got me on?
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes.
How y'all doing? I'm looking kind of dumbfounded. I want to welcome the new board member to the board. My name is Gary Monroe, chief head for every district in HISD. My concern is the picking of anybody, whether it's the board, the superintendent. How many times we don't get this wrong? How many times? 8 years I've been doing this. And 8 years all I've seen is dysfunction. But the last 4 years have been a travesty. So I'm going to tell you what. I always make promises and I keep them. I'm going to send you guys some company over there. Last time I sent them, they had helicopters all around people's houses. I'm going to send you some more company in a matter of days. Hopefully you get every mistake right between now and next November. And those that need African-American votes next November, you will not get them.
Our next speaker is Ted Weigel. Mr. Weigel, you may begin. Mr. Weigel, you may begin.
Dear board members, if you knew the following, which is true, that based on a 2016 study by the Stanford University Graduate School of Education, when ethnic studies was added to the San Francisco high school curriculum, overall, students' performances, regardless of ethnicity, improved in every area supervised: grades, test scores, behavior, and attendance. If you knew this, would you do everything in your power to ask every HIST high school principal to use every means possible to promote on and off campus the offering of the state-approved courses in Mexican American and African American studies? Can these classes be offered next semester or at the latest next fall? The Rotary Club of Herman Park would love to work with you to make these classes a reality. Will the board work with us? Can we make this happen? I'm Ted Weigel, Chair of the Education Committee of the Rotary Club of Herman Park.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Allison Newport. Ms. Newport, you may begin. If the technology people could unmute Ms. Newport, please. Ms. Newport, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Allison. My name is Allison Newport, and I'm a first and third grade parent at Sinclair Elementary. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on agenda item A2 and the report, "This is not a test, this is an emergency." My family has been in a virtual school this school year, and testing in the virtual environment has proved to be extremely stressful. Imagine taking an important exam while you have a camera running and many loud distractions from a digital soundtrack of a first or third grade live classroom in the background. Each test takes away as much as a full day of virtual instruction that could be better spent with live instruction or small group intervention. I urge the board to begin making plans now to suspend testing in anticipation of state and federal flexibility being granted this spring. The Aspen report makes it clear that immediate planning is imperative, and waiting until January or February will be too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina Quesada. Ms. Quesada, you have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you have 2 minutes. Yes, please begin.
Yes. Okay, thank you. 2021 is not a normal school year, and pretending that it is will not make it so. Renaissance 360 is not reliable, nor is it a good testing instrument in the best of years. But to tie board monitoring goals to how students perform on this assessment this year is absurd. The data gathered by this assessment will be wildly flawed. As a district, you should focus on providing meaningful instruction to our students and stop wasting time on invalid assessments. Furthermore, the district needs to cancel all DLAs. They are a waste of time and cause teachers to rush to cover all items that will be tested. Focusing so much on testing also causes some schools to engage in harmful behaviors. A friend of mine told me her child's elementary school was harassing and lying to her, demanding that she take her autistic child up to the school for DLA testing. She was aghast that after all of the emails, calls about COVID cases, that the school would demand that he test in person. She did some research and found that the assessments were on the hub. Her child took these tests from home. But how many other parents were harassed and intimidated into bringing their children into schools for testing? How many other schools are doing this? This constant obsessing about the possibility that kids cheat on tests is wearing very thin. And for what? These tests aren't reliable. On a personal note, my 7-year-old got a 33 on his math ELA. I know because I took a look at his answers before he submitted. Is this an accurate measure of how my child is doing in math? No. He really only needed more practice on subtraction with root grouping, which would have yielded an 83. But no one would know that unless they spoke to me, the parent that works with him every day. You're wasting precious time on testing. It's lazy and doesn't tell what a student has learned. A better use of time is to cultivate relationships with parents and the students themselves. These are the people who can tell you what they need help with, assuming learning is what we're after here. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Goodman. Ms. Goodman, you may begin.
My name is Katie Goodman, and I'm an HIC parent. I'm here to speak about agenda item A2 and the report called "This is not a test, this is an emergency." As the report notes, administering large-scale testing this year is problematic on multiple fronts. It's basically statistically invalid, and I believe more importantly, it means spending limited time on resources that could be used to address actual issues our kids are facing during the pandemic. To quote the report, as tempting as it might be in what seems like a data desert, grasping at invalid test scores may be like lunging towards a pool of water in a mirage. It may intuitively feel like the right thing to do, but due to this year's circumstances, such actions may lead to serious unintended consequences, especially when time, attention, and other resources are scarce. All available state and district resources should be going to support educators, keep teachers and children safe, and help vulnerable families. Standardized testing does none of these things. For what reason are students and teachers being made to prepare for useless tests during an unimaginably challenging time? HISD still does not have a comprehensive plan or metrics to determine COVID safety standards for schools. Teachers are being saddled with unbelievable amounts of work without extra support or resources. No one would have wished this situation to happen for schools, but is a chance to do things differently by de-emphasizing and canceling tests that for decades have proven deeply flawed, if not outright harmful. Kids start prepping for STAR in kindergarten. My son, who's in kindergarten this year, had weeks of virtual classes canceled for assessments. He's 5 years old. Is this really helping kids? Like the report says, this is an emergency. The only appropriate response is to fight for the lives of the students, educators, and families who are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mikel Quesada. Mr. Quesada, you may begin.
My name is Mikel. I'm an 8th grade in HISD. I do not like tests because I think that there are a little too many of them, and I think they're very stressful. I do not like Imagine Math because it confuses me, because why should we have more tests? Why should we have to learn different things while we're learning something else in class? I think we are being given a little too many assignments, and I think we should be limited to 1 or 2 assignments. I think this would make sure that we are on top of all our assignments and would make things easier for us. We should be able to talk to the students, because I think it's extracurricular and it's essential.
Thank you, Mikel. Our next speaker is Christopher Williams. Mr. Williams, you may begin.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Christopher Williams. I am an HISD teacher. I am speaking to express my concern with the amount of snapshot and benchmark exams that the district is mandating or may plan to mandate in the future. I am not opposed in principle to the use of standardized exams as one tool for measuring student progress or teacher performance. However, benchmark and snapshot exams are an extremely unreliable method for measuring student progress, because performance on these exams do not affect a student's of grade or ability to graduate. The exams often contain errors or do not align to the content currently being covered by the teacher, and they are often administered after a student has already completed a teacher-generated graded assessment. Therefore, students often approach these benchmark exams with a high level of testing fatigue and apathy. This results in scores that are usually far lower than what a teacher can achieve and are therefore of little value in planning for potential student interventions. In fact, the unreliable data generated from these exams often leads schools to put money and resources into wrongly targeted interventions and disrupt the instructional schedule of the classroom teacher. I would urge trustees to express support for alternative methods for increasing student performance, such as ensuring that the district's budgetary priorities will help to attract high-quality teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah Rivlin. Ms. Rivlin, you may begin.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Don't tie board monitoring goals to Renaissance 360. The scores are not valid. I'm an ESL teacher. In a normal year, because they are new to English, my high schoolers score between a pre-K and first grade level on the Renaissance Reading BOY. This year, 3 students scored at a high 5th grade level. I suspect they used Google Translate. Other students had artificially low scores because they ran out of time on questions because of slow internet. In-person testing, however, isn't worth the risk. Yesterday, I proctored the STAR Algebra 1 retest. Students whose parents chose to keep them virtual were forced to come in person. Students congregated and hugged and close talked as they entered. Masks started to slip down by hour 2 of the test, and they came off entirely during lunch. The required cell phone policy required all students to sign their names on the same paper. Teachers were forced to move in close to help students who were having technical issues. Invalid data collection is not worth lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Sister Mama Sonia. Sister Mama Sonia, you may begin.
2020 has been a hell of a year, filled with misery and not much cheer. COVID-19 adds a quite disturbing twist to this 2020 conundrum, a wretched disease that has wrecked us to the core and then some. Although the campuses went live October 19th, this wretched disease still has not lost its sting. Technical difficulties with online learning, 40% of the students failing. To the disease wreaking havoc and causing many campuses to open and close, to a system that is sick and ailing. Therefore, we're asking that you suspend the STAR test this year, because the children and teachers, parents and guardians due to COVID are living distressful lives and experiencing immeasurable fear. With all this worry, confusion, bewilderment, upheaval, disorder, chaos, uncertainty, how can they take the STAR or any so-called achievement test with their hearts and minds filled with angst and anxiety? If you really care about the health and well-being of our students, teachers, and families, please remove this unnecessary evil from their lives and let this needless situation cease. Therefore, I ask, implore, beseech, and appeal to you. Suspend the STAR. It's the least that you can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Pamela Bovland. Dr. Bovland, you may begin.
All right. My name is Dr. Pamela Bovland. I'm a community member, and I'm here to speak on the agenda item 2 and one of the reports called "This is not a test, this is an emergency." I would like to comment on this equity-related topic. Let's stop pretending that a history of educational inequity has not been performed on Black and brown communities for decades in this district. Let's stop pretending closing schools in Black and brown communities was intended to fuel the pipeline to prison. Let's stop pretending HISD has only recently begun attempting to correct these inequities. Let's stop pretending that the pandemic has only exposed those decades of educational inequity with more of a laser focus. Let's tackle pressure in CEA to eliminate STAR for 2021 and the future. Let's stop pretending there is not going to be children whose learning gaps are widening as we speak. Put those star millions into helping children close the learning gap. Across the country, including the federal mandate, the pandemic is invalidating the use of standardized tests for this school year. Let's not pretend that there is a diagnostic reason to administer STAR. Don't let TEA fund their testing company friends during the pandemic while nothing is normal, including how HISD has increased class size, increased pressure on teachers, forcing them to teach in two arenas at the same time, late instituting rapid testing, and changing pandemic protocols on a rapid and increasing pace. Stop any benchmark testing. Let's all live through 2020-21 school year with science. Stop all standardized testing that discriminates against Black and brown students. Please remember, our children are more than...
Our next speaker is Ruth Kravitz. Ms. Kravitz, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Kravitz. I'm a retired HISD teacher, administrator, and parent. The A2 item will tie the board goals to student performance on the REN 360 literacy test. The Aspen report in your own agenda appendix states that valid interpretation of test scores this school year are subject to many more threats than in any previous year in the modern testing era, drawing credible inferences about student and school performance if a critical mass of students test remotely makes the data even more problematic. The Aspen Institute, you might note, is traditionally a very consistent advocate for high-stakes testing and accountability, and even they are recommending against giving standardized tests this year. This fall, the district has mandated these tests for elementary school students so far. GT tests, dyslexia tests in 2 parts, 2 rounds of running records, Renaissance 360 twice so far, benchmark running records twice, high-frequency words, and the snapshot DLA, leaving little time for meaningful instruction. Truly, taking a student's temperature all day long is not a cure, even in the best of times. As policymakers, you can either make things better or you can make things worse. Dallas ISD has allowed teachers to make finals optional this year, making things better. And Anna ISD and others are expanding the floor for grades, keeping the A through C grade scale as a motivator and expanding the floor for the bottom to a 60 instead of a 70, making things better. Spring Branch's board decided that all high school students would take finals in person next week. They are making things worse. I asked the HISD board to waive the Renaissance 360 STAR practice test and district-based DLAs for the rest of this year. The data is invalid. By doing so, you will make things better for our kids, not worse. I thank you for this time.
Thank you. John Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you may begin.
Good evening, board members. I'm calling in today to express my disappointment in the board's action, or lack thereof, on reimagining how safety looks like in our schools. This past summer, the board committed to forming a committee on the topic. After taking months to finally have the committee meet, a very narrow approach was taken on how to proceed. We are now in December, and aside from a workshop, there have still been no policy changes presented. I understand that HISD has been through some of its most difficult times over the past semester, and likewise, the board has had to overcome and is still in the midst of some great challenges. However, when you decided to run for school board, you should have, and I understand that you probably do, but you should have understood that this job was never going to be easy in the first place. One of the most fundamental responsibilities of an elected official is to keep their word, especially when it comes to the communities you serve. The dragging out of this policing task force, while technically attempting to fulfill the commitment that was communicated during the summer, is a disservice to the spirit of the fundamental changes that were sought with this summer's uprising. What's worse is that the work has largely been done prior to this moment. Black activists and organizers have, for years, highlighted the issues regarding policing schools and outlined the approach that needs to be taken. Adding to this work is a relatively substantial amount of research on how police do not make schools safer, and again, the need to shift away from a reliance on police for safety. This is the bottom line. The board needs to come to conclusions on this matter soon. The work has been done for you. You have received the recommendations and research. Now you need to act, and you need to act boldly. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers to agenda items.
Thank you. We are now ready to hear from Dr. Lathan on instructional continuity. Trustees, you have a packet that was emailed to you. It is also in your blue folders, unless you are at home, in which case it's in your virtual blue folder in your email. Please hold questions and comments until after Dr. Lathan's presentation. Thank you. Dr. Lathan?
Good evening, trustees. This is an update, and it's actually kind of a consolidation from our November instructional continuity update and December combined together. And also, we will not present an instructional continuity update in January, only because we'll just be returning from the holidays. And so the next instructional continuity update will be for the February meeting. So I just want to go ahead and put that on the trustees' radar now. Just want to take you back to enrollment information as it relates to virtual and in person. We've been discussing for several months now that enrollment is down in the district. We initially projected 207,000 students for the school year, and we are at 197,059 students. And you see the breakdown by each area: early childhood centers, elementary schools, middle schools, and high school students, and then our multi-grade campuses. And this is just a comparison of students and parents that have chosen face-to-face instruction or in-person instruction and virtual instruction. And you see it broken down here also by early childhood centers, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and multi-grades. And so right now we have about 60% of our students learning in a virtual format, and about 40% of our students are actually coming every day for face-to-face instruction. Some of the focus areas as it relates to academics over the past several months is we've provided pre-K backpacks to our pre-K students, additional resources to help our pre-K students as it relates to online resources. Also, our pre-K program that supports our HIPPY program that supports our parents. They kicked out their event in mid-October, serving about 500 children ages 2 to 5. And it's almost at capacity based on the number of students that we can support. We receive grant funding to provide that early childhood education support, and mainly the training supports pre-K parents. Just want to highlight some of the outstanding models that we do have in our district as it relates to special education. One of them being the T.H. Rogers School. And we have supporting our regional deaf program for our students. And I had the wonderful opportunity the first day of face-to-face instruction on October 19th to visit the campus. And it's just phenomenal, the things that are occurring on that campus for our students. As you can see, we purchased specialty masks for our students and our teachers that are in also the face-to-face instruction. Also additional iPads to support with special caption that our students need. We also have our HCC Life Skills program that is for students that are 18 years or older at the Houston Food Bank. Those students receive training. They're focusing on self-advocacy, safety, and job skills. And the students are participating definitely. They're still going face-to-face. They're at work. But as you can see, they are definitely exercising physical distancing. They have the proper PPE on. You see the mask. You see their gloves. And so we're very proud of this program and our collaboration with the Houston Food Bank. This Saturday, we have our virtual Special Education Fall Parent Summit. The information is available not on our district website. We've also utilized social media to advertise, and also call-outs have gone out to all of our parents. And the theme this year is supporting educational success during a pandemic, something we all can relate to. And so there'll be opportunities for parents to attend various sessions. We have a keynote speaker sessions, and then we will end the event with answering questions that parents have submitted to us as it relates to special education or services for their children. In November, we had our Staff Development Day. It was November 3rd, which was also, I believe, Election Day. And there were opportunities over 262 staff development opportunities for our staff members, either face-to-face, remote, or sessions addressing face-to-face instruction, remote instruction, and hybrid instruction were main focuses of that professional development. We had 100 teachers to attend. That is also a day that teachers could have utilized to trade if they had already previously participated in professional development prior to that time. And then here are some of the sample sessions below that were offered on November 3rd. And as you see, a lot of the focus addresses virtual and the virtual instruction format. We also in November hosted our ESL Summit, which is our multilingual summit. It was held on November 14th. We had over 500 attendees virtually. Parents were provided an opportunity to hear a keynote and to also participate in various sessions that are listed here on your slide. Also want to thank the students from Ortiz Middle and Bruce Elementary School for providing the performance. Fine arts, as you're aware, 2 weeks ago, we announced our fine arts winners for our holiday greeting cards. They are still available for purchase if you're interested. And these are the students that were the winners for the elementary level, secondary level, and middle school level. So very proud of our students and their artwork. And want to thank the fine arts teachers, the visual arts teachers for supporting our students. HISD at Home TV lessons are continuing. We started this in March when we transitioned to virtual instruction. And so we have 23 teachers across the district that made a 16-week commitment to record video lessons for our students and their parents. And as you can see, we broadcast these lessons. This on HISD TV, HISD YouTube channel, and then through our various partnerships. Supporting our campuses, our school office supports involves weekly leadership visits with principals, where principals are sharing best practices as it relates to hybrid instruction, student outcome, and data analysis, providing support on the virtual or face-to-face instructional walks. We continue with our community of practice for our Achieve 180 schools, and also providing support around social and emotional leadership. Still focusing on student safety. Our students and our staff are still following the guidelines as outlined in our communicable disease plan, and we continue to monitor that on a daily basis. Some of the other areas that we're focusing on to support our students and our parents around college and career readiness. We've held virtual workshops and college nights, support to help our parents complete the financial aid form that all students are required to complete so that they can not only receive financial aid in college if they need it, but now scholarships. Many colleges require that. This year we also launched Alice, which is called Empowering Achievers to Reach Their Dreams. It's a support program for non-native English speakers to help them with the college process. Our goal is to ensure that every child, every high school student receives the support that he or she needs to be successful, to complete college applications, financial aid, to seek out scholarships, any support that they need. We also are, this year we're doing our Dream Summit a little bit different. It's going to be a series of Dream Summits. Our first summit was in November. Very exciting opportunity for our families. And this Dream Summit provides our families, immigrant families, with resources that they need, making it clear to them that they can go to college, they can obtain financial aid as it relates to various Texas colleges. We also have our partnership with Methodist Hospital for our CTE healthcare programs. And then very excited about our Emerge seniors that were designated as Quest Bridge finalists, and then 33 as Posse finalists. Student outreach, as we continue to think, our wraparound specialists have been wonderful, supporting our campuses and our families, ensuring that we are conducting outreach to find families or students that have not shown up. We've had over 1,200 parents participate in our virtual parent university sessions. The topics have included digital safety, school choice, and digital resources. We've also provided family and community webinars, work-life balance. I think all of us are still probably going to take that class 2 or 3 times. Cyber safety, also support that's been provided by our FACE, which is our Family and Community Engagement Department. Very thankful again, you've heard us discuss the sanctuaries of learning that were offered when we were in a 100% virtual environment, where we partnered with 11 different church sites that was communicated or created and designed through the United Methodist Church. Also very thankful to the Barbara Bush Literacy Foundation. They afforded us 2,100 books that we were able to distribute to our students. Our Wraparound Services Department hosted their very first virtual Wraparound Services Provider Fair. We had over 40 community organizations to participate. And as of last week, we've provided over 360,000 student interventions since the beginning of the school year. School Choice, our School Choice Department has hosted 4 virtual school choice fairs with 8,000 plus family members and students participating. We've launched targeted online and radio campaigns to highlight school options in HISD. Campaigns have been in English and Spanish throughout Phase 1. We also have provided digital ad campaigns reaching families in designated zip codes, and we also have the information back showing the results of that. We've provided SEL, which is social emotional learning crisis response. Our team has responded to over 450 crises over the past several months. We received a Stop the Violence Mental Health grant that was valued at $749,000. We have an SEL curriculum in place that is supporting about 5,200 of our students. We continue to partner with Sandy Hook to train over 80,500 middle and high school students around the Sandy Hook Anonymous Reporting System. Cleaning protocols are continuing as it relates to COVID, daily cleaning of our facilities, ensuring that our staff members have what they need to ensure students and staff are learning in a safe environment, and also all of our central office locations. Our HISD Health and Medical Services work in collaboration with the Houston Health Department as it relates to making decisions around school closures, whether it's a campus-wide closure or just a department closure or wing closure. And we've shared, and I want to thank Dr. David Purse, Mr. Stephen Williams, and Dr. James McDevitt. They actually attended our Communicable Disease Plan Committee on Monday, November 30th. And what the request to those individuals, share with my team and our community members that are on the committee, share with them the information that you share with me when we're going through that discussion around should we close down a school, what are the things that we need to do to ensure that we're moving forward. And so I was excited that our staff members were able to hear from those experts directly. We've started piloting this week our rapid testing. All of our campuses will have their test kits after the holidays. But like I said, this week we are piloting. Staff members, central office staff members, including myself, we've participated in the rapid testing. It is truly in and out, is real quick, able to you self-administer the assessment. And we're rolling right along, but we'll be ready after winter break to go district-wide. Still providing curbside meals at over 50-plus locations for our students and our families. You're receiving a lot of phone calls if you're a district parent or a district staff member about our food distribution. We will continue to provide meals to our family. Our last pickup will be Thursday, December 17th, where our families can pick up 7 days' worth of food. We also have our Wednesday distributions, our Saturday distributions. That information is on our district website. Like I said, we are doing call-outs. We're asking our principals to also place the information on their website. We're encouraging our families to come out and participate, and also our staff members that are in need to please make sure that they make their way to these various locations. And as of Friday, December 4th, we've served about 2.6 million meals in our schools since the start of in-person learning. And believe it or not, we still need to serve more. Our numbers are still down as it relates to our feeding program compared to when we were 100% face-to-face last year. I want to just end with some great things that are happening at some of our schools. James DeAnda Elementary School was named one of the best urban schools in the nation by the National Center for Urban Transformation. We're so excited. Unfortunately, they were not able this year to go to San Diego to receive their award in person. There was a great virtual event that was held in October. And so very pleased and proud of DeAnda Elementary School. Partnerships. We have partnerships established with the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. Dr. Cruz and his team are still working to honor my request. I want to meet Dolly in person. We're still working on that. I've been to Dollywood, but I'd love for Dolly to come to Houston, maybe when it's safe, that we can give out some books together. So I'm just really excited. I want to thank the Anita Daniels Foundation for donating over $1 million of hygiene items. Those are the items that we're giving out at our food distribution. Once again, we'll be giving some of those out on Saturday. Academy Sports for providing a $250,000 donation to support scholarships in honor of George Floyd at Jack Yates High School. Houston Dynamo helped us restart, and Trader Truth helped us restart our soccer program at Yates High School. Really excited about that. Our friends at the Texan have been wonderful, helping us with our attendance initiative this semester. Players, owners, managers have dropped in to surprise our students and staff members. Really excited about that. FedEx, they're out delivering packages right now, but they also delivered over 300 coats to our students, so very thankful to them. Phillips 66 for donating over $200,000 in school supplies for a safe reopening. And also a very special thank you to the Houston Endowment for $595,000 to help us increase our district's capacity to engage in partnership work through our Strategy and Innovation Department. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. That's a lot. All right, so questions and comments from my colleagues. Trustees, please use the chat to request to speak, and let's do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. Board Services, please use the timer for us. And for our new trustee, Trustee Guidry, which we introduced to you earlier today, and then I'm just going along with everything, and I realized we didn't welcome Trustee Guidry to officially sit here at our board meeting. As a sworn-in trustee, we've been working all afternoon, so it's like you're already just part of our team.
Yes.
Somebody want to help her with that?
I have had a full day. I have enjoyed everybody. Thank you all for being so welcoming and so warm to me. And I just want to proceed. Thank you.
So we'll do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each, and because we haven't done this report since, what was it, October? Trustees, as usual, if you feel there is need for a 3rd round or more, motion, second, and a vote for additional rounds. But let's start with 2 rounds of 2 minutes. And who wants to go first? Trustee Flambeau-Aseka.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can you hear me?
No. Talk loud.
Okay. Hold on.
There seems to be something with the audio that's quieter tonight anyway.
Mm-hmm. Is this better? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation this evening, Dr. Lathan. It was packed with lots of information and lots of wonderful things that HISD is doing right now to support our students and community during this tremendous time while keeping academics and additional supports to meet the needs of the whole child And again, within the midst of the pandemic, I really appreciate your support. I have a few questions. One of them, I'm wondering if, for the parents that weren't able to attend some of the different offerings that we had, I think there was one for, there's one that's coming up this weekend for the Special Education Summit, but there was another one on November 14th. I don't remember which summit it was. But is there a recording of the sessions, keynote, anything like that that could be available or already is available to our parents and community online?
Yes, some of the sessions are recorded, and then we will upload them and place them online.
Okay, thank you. And the same goes because with this presentation as well, is it outside of the agenda packet, is this anywhere front and center along with the, we have a lot of information right now on our website, so I just want to make sure that this is in the hands of the community as well so they understand what's...
Board services can post it online, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 14 of the presentation, on the school office supports, I know these are just highlights and probably don't capture the full myriad of supports and things that are discussed with the campus leaders and the school central office supports. But I did want to ask and raise a question as to whether or not special education is one of the topics that is ongoing in these weekly visits.
Yes, and it's actually under instructional implications. If you look at that third bullet or third area on the instructional implications, they cover those. That special education is one of the topics that they also cover. Also through, you see over on the left-hand side, it says virtual and face-to-face instructional walks. Special ed is a focus area of looking at that when they're conducting those virtual walks or face-to-face instructional walks.
Okay, thank you so much. And then one other question. Sorry, I didn't know if there was any additional information. The audio is not super loud. Also, for the rapid testing that we're piloting right now and is going to be expanded to the rest of the district in the coming week or weeks, are you able to, is it one type of rapid testing throughout the district? You said that students and staff are able to self-administer it. Is it nasal or is it through the mouth, the swabbing?
It's nasal, and I'll be very honest with you. It really is easy. It's 5 swabs here, 5 swabs here. Push it in a little box, close it, and we're going to put the drop on it. Close it, and that's it. And you just kind of wait. But it is very easy. It is, as we call the other, PRT, PRC, the other, it is not the come to Jesus okay. That's what we call it when they go all the way up the nasal. Yes.
Okay, so it's more lower.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And you'll actually, when is the video? You'll actually see a video next week. You'll see a video. We've captured some video of us going through that process.
Good. Okay, good. I know we would have liked to have had it sooner, but I'm glad that we are getting the assistance and getting the kits out now, and I'm excited. Hopefully we'll be able to have that for the rest of the school year.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, that's my first round. Thank you so much.
Trustee Sung.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It's truly amazing how everything we've done has shifted with a focus on, the same outcomes for kids this year. So thank you very much for this really thorough update. I'm wondering what our college enrollment looks like. Do we have any information for that? You shared some of the strategies around assisting students. How does that look for our past classes, class of 2019, 2020?
We do, and Dr. Matney or Chief Cruz, we had that information because we looked at that report. Actually, we looked at that in cabinet, and we can also include that. But you have that information from Monday?
We do have the data. Good evening. So we do have the report that Dr. Matney recently approved as a snapshot of the NSC data. We are down, as is essentially every district in the country and the state. And we're certainly displeased by that because COVID has taken a huge hit, especially with our low-income students. That's where we're seeing the biggest dip nationwide. I saw a study today that came out and said about 28-point, I believe, decrease for low-income students nationally. But our decrease is significantly lower than the state average. So we're not losing as much ground as the state as a whole, probably because of a lot of the intervention supports that we're putting in. But it is a concern for us.
And would you please introduce yourselves to our new trustee notes?
Oh, sure. Hi, my name is Rick Cruz. I'm the Chief of Strategy and Innovation. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm sorry to hear that we're struggling as others are, but I'm glad to hear that the dip is less for HISD. So congratulations to our folks who work in that area. I wonder if any of those, the interventions that we're offering to our seniors this year, we might be able to extend to students from the class of 2020 who, are taking longer to find their way to college this year. Just to follow up on the rapid testing questions. Okay, I'll be quiet. So to follow up on the rapid testing questions, what's the strategy of our implementation of that program? Is there a focus on who we're testing, when we're testing?
A great question. Testing is, of course, voluntary, and so we'll be. All of our nurses have completed. If they have not completed the training now, they'll have it completed by tomorrow. And like I said, we are piloting at certain schools this week, and then rolling out after the holidays. And so for staff and students, voluntary, but we are encouraging everyone to take the assessment because we do have enough assessments that we can administer.
This is basically first come, first serve, whoever wants to access this additional avenue for testing in the school. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm excited to see that roll out. I've heard from a number of constituents, parents, students, that, when we have the surge of students who come to schools, high schools for, we saw this at graduation, SAT test, now STAR test, like the speaker said earlier. Our kids miss each other and they want to, get closer than we generally want. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to address COVID safety when our students are out?
We continue to share and encourage everyone. And I'll be honest with you, all of us are guilty of that, especially if we've, Tuesday night, Dr. Cruz and I were at HCC. We were outside, and Chancellor Maldonado and I, we check in monthly with each other virtually, and we almost got a little too close because we had not seen each other in the same room in a long time, and some other staff members in our college and readiness department. So we're just reminding everyone to keep their distance, and it is hard, of course, with younger people, but we are still trying to do what we can to keep everyone safe.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned that food distribution was a little bit, obviously because of the challenges, lower than it was last year. How much is it lower?
Do you have that, Eugene? We can get the information. Do you have it handy? The participation rate from last year compared to this year.
We're at 65%.
I think I heard that, 65%.
Yes, ma'am.
Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Eugene Salazar, Chief Co-Interim Operations Officer. Chief of Operations Officer, excuse me. We're at 65%. We are challenged with trying to get as much food as we can out. The challenge, of course, is that the students that are not in campus are the ones we are having struggles getting food out to. So we have come up with different strategies, and some of that is the food distribution. We're taking advantage of delivering to apartment complexes and also through curbside locations.
Great, thank you so much. And I appreciate your continued efforts and creativity there, because I know it's a hard time for all of our families. And we know that's why we have our food program in the first place. If kids are hungry, it's hard for them to learn. So thank you. Those are all my questions for this round. Thank you so much.
Trustee Guidry.
Thank you. Dr. Lathan, thank you so much for this report. And I just have a few questions. Can you all turn your microphone?
There we go.
All right. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. The TV lessons, have you received any feedback from that yet? It was on page 13.
Yes, we've received feedback, and I'll tell you the feedback we receive if something goes down with our system. We receive feedback around that. We receive feedback that parents and students are glad that they are accessible and they're able to go back and watch a lesson. And so the feedback we receive has been positive. Of course, we need to add additional lessons, so that's the challenge for us right now.
And that was going to be my next question. Are we planning on adding any future lessons and maybe growing it?
Yes, it's ongoing, and it's ongoing.
Okay. Also, and I was looking for it, but I couldn't find the page with the sanctuaries of learning.
Page 19.
Page 19. Are those no longer in existence at this time, or do you have some still existing?
They're no longer in existence. It was to support our families during the first 6 weeks of school when we were 100% virtual. But those partners have continued. So great question. These partners were already partners of those schools in the area. They just expanded it. So those partnerships are still continuing. Students are just not going to those local churches during the school day. They're actually going to their campuses now.
And what about the children who are choosing to learn at home? Is it possible that those sanctuary learning centers could reopen for those who don't want to, say, go on a campus?
Great question. And so the answer is, short answer is no, because we utilized also some of our staff members to support in that environment when they were at this, like we took food to those sites. We made sure that proper PPE. So we had to shift our resources to all of our 283 campuses that are currently open right now.
And one final question.
Okay.
And again, I was flipping, looking for a page, but it was where we gave away 300 coats.
FedEx. So we have different partners that we have a community and development department that's under strategy and innovation, and they go out and seek partnerships with us. And so that department has we're able to secure a partnership with FedEx. This is just to highlight a few. We have numerous partnerships. Also in your board book under the I items, when you're accepting grants and donations, those are some of the partners that have supported us, but we wanted to just highlight a few of those tonight.
And I understand that, and I guess my question is, do we know where those 300 coats went? Was it in a specific area? Was it spread out throughout the district?
Designated great question. They went to designated campuses. You can get the information of the campuses. Sometimes our partners will say, we want to help XYZ school. Prime example, Chevron supports, I think, Young Elementary School. I think it's a donation there. So different partners will support different areas of town or different schools, but I can share with you where those three. I know NatQ Henderson was one of the elementary schools, and I saw some pictures from there. I'll find out the other campuses where the 300 coats were distributed.
Thank you so much. That ends my first round.
Trustee Cruz.
Okay, I was trying to get it closer. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay. So kind of along the same vein of Trustee Sung's question, do we have FAFSA completion numbers for our class of 2021?
FAFSA completion numbers for the class of 2020?
21.
21. Do we have that yet, Dr. Cruz? No, but we're still in the process.
So yes, Trustee Cruz, we track FAFSA completion on a weekly basis, and we compare it to the previous year, and I believe, and I'll get the exact numbers through board services to you all, but I believe we're actually outperforming where we were last year. So that's a really strong indicator, of course, of college enrollments. We're really happy about that.
Yeah, that's amazing, and kudos to your team, because I read in the Texas Tribune that, we're down, obviously, compared to last year, so if we're outperforming last year, that's great news.
It's a big priority.
And I'll submit it as a board referral, but I'd like to get that data disaggregated by student groups and race.
Sure, of course.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this question was asked already. Sorry, I'm taking down notes and listening at the same time. So since we're down in enrollment, what does that equate to in dollars, and where are we planning to cut?
And I want to make sure I have that right. It equates to about $80 to $90 million.
Okay, and has your team, is this, I know I had asked you about this before. We talked about like cuts at the school level. So I guess where are those cuts projected to be made at this time?
So a great question. As we start thinking about and talking about cuts, we start looking, that's in preparation for the 21-22 school year and beyond. And so we're starting to look at that. We're actually starting that discussion this Monday in our cabinet meeting, where we start looking at overall our financial forecast for 21 and beyond. And then we'll start working on those recommendations, and through board workshops, we'll share that information with the board.
But I guess my question is, because you're talking about next fiscal year, but if we're saying, our projection is we're lower for 2020-2021 school year, we'd have to be making cuts this school year, correct?
We won't there are some cuts that we will need to do to help us in the future years, but really the cut is about moving forward as you think about our budget for this year and our monies as the monies come in. And so the issue is it will impact us more in 21-22. There are, and you heard me say earlier, for example, our feeding participation is down. And so nutrition services is an area where we have a large deficit. And so we're looking at some strategy, utilize some strategies second semester to try to address that deficit. So we're trying to look and do things within our existing budgets now, where we've had some savings. For example, they're not, in years past, there were a number of required meetings for like travel that we had to participate at the state level. Well, a lot of things are virtual now, so some of those dollars that we've used previously, we're able to shift and use some of that for savings. So our concern is really what happens from 21 and beyond.
So will there be cuts to the schools this current year that we're in? And if so, does that mean that there will be layoffs and furloughs?
There will great question, and that's why I said we're looking at so no cuts from the standpoint that we're going to be conducting mass layoffs, because most of our personnel, as it relates to our teachers, administrators, are contracted employees. We're looking at cuts of what happens beyond that. We've had to move teachers, and we do this every year. That when one campus is under-enrolled and one is over-enrolled, we move teachers and staff members to support those campuses.
So the school budgets are based on enrollment. So thus, if a school this current year is under-enrolled or over-enrolled, the shifts are going to happen anyway, probably just more than previous years. Is that correct?
And I wouldn't even say it's more in previous years, because we've tried to just kind of maintain. So schools do settle, and then this is what's different about our district compared to others even across the country. Our settle-ups occur in December, January, where other districts, they don't front load all of the budgets. And so this year, that's one of the things that we did as a result of the pandemic, even in the spring, but at the beginning of the year, is we didn't push out 100% of all of those dollars, so that it would be a better balance, and schools would not have to do a reduction in their staff, a large amount of staff members. So we've tried to maintain that so schools can continue to move forward without massive staff turnovers or shifts.
Okay. Do I still have time?
7 seconds.
Okay, I'll just hold it for the second round. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lathan.
Trustee Hernandez.
Dr. Lathan, one of my first questions is from page 3. I know that the lower enrollment for students, a lot of it is at the elementary school level. Are there any efforts right now to try to get those students back or have at least higher enrollment for next school year?
And the lower enrollment at the elementary level, it's really a lot around pre-K students. And so our efforts have been, of course, trying to do notifications, ads, sending out information, but we're finding that a number of pre-K parents just did not want to, as a result of COVID, bring their students for face-to-face or even enroll them this year. But we're still sending out that information, using social media, using contacts. Our campuses are even trying, because that was some of the issues that we were facing with some of our early childhood centers and also our just elementary campuses.
do you have any projections right now on what will happen for next year?
Say it again.
Do you have any projections for next year on the enrollment for elementary, especially pre-K and kinder?
Well, I'm hoping, like I said, we were down about 4,000 students elementary-wise, and I'm hoping those numbers with the vaccine coming out and things improving, that we would at least go back to that previous year's number where that's a certain number of pre-K students enrolled.
Awesome. On page 4, I know that the new 6 weeks started. I was just wondering on the date of these numbers.
The dates of these numbers were November 2nd.
November 2nd, so it's the new 6 weeks.
Yes, new 6 weeks. This week. The new 6 weeks started this week.
Okay. Sounds good. And then on page 17, the ALAS program and the Dream Summit, are those, I know they say that they're high school nights. Are those virtual? Those are virtual. Are they recorded so that students can see at a later time, or parents?
So components of the Dream Summit, there were portions, if I'm not mistaken, that were recorded that will be uploaded. Yes, and everything is virtual this year.
Yes. And then is the ALAS something different, or is that just us?
No, that's new. That's new this year, and it's empowering achievers to reach their dreams. So just additional supports that we are trying to provide to our non-native English speakers, just to help them. It's just another layer that's trying to reach all of our students.
But that's also something that's recorded and they are able to see at a later time, or only at the
Not necessarily those sessions. And Chief Cruz, if you can speak to that, because it's similar to the counseling and the additional supports of saying, okay, we want to provide you with these supports here. Here are the resources available for you.
Sure. So, Trustee Hernandez, ALAS is a new initiative that Dr. Lathan tasked us with. When we disaggregated the data, college enrollment data, we were seeing that there's certain subgroups of student populations that were lagging in terms of college enrollment. One of those was our non-native kind of immigrant student population, no surprise. And so ALAS is actually a kind of caseload approach where we're giving a lot of wraparound services and working directly with the students. It's not just events. It's the advisors have like targeted cohorts of students they're working with, who again, they typically migrant or children of migrant families, and they're helping them through the college process. The other group that we're also working with, similar structure to this, we saw the data that was at our what we're calling minority populations. Specifically, we were seeing with African American students who were at predominantly Hispanic schools, they also trailed. So we are doing the same thing with that group of students as well, and it's all kind of based on the data.
Okay, but the question I'm asking is, are they able to view these? Let's say that they're not able to make 5 p.m. on a Wednesday. Are they able to view them at a later time?
So the general events, we do record and we tap those. When we do the sessions, like individual kind of group, like that is not the case. But we typically, if you go on the College Readiness website, we try to put as much stuff there recorded and resources for families and students as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And the last thing I want to say is congratulations to Principal Lauren, and I know I'm going to butcher her last name, from Deanda Elementary School, for being named one of the best urban schools in the nation.
Thank you.
District 3. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, thank you. And I just wanted to tell those people who are playing Trustee Bingo that I'm going to close my shutter soon. So even though Hattie Mae White is open to all trustees, I'm not there because I'm a little under the weather. So I want you all to know that in case I get the third square. You mentioned, Dr. Lathan, about I want them to be ready because they're gonna have me on Facebook, and I want y'all to know I'm not there because I'm a little under the weather. Although the building is open, all the trustees. But I wanted to ask though, you mentioned about the rapid testing, and so my question is there a cost for that rapid testing, and is it different for the students versus the teachers, and can the parents utilize it?
No cost, and it's only for staff and students in the district. The state, we receive the test from the state.
Thank you for that, because I wanted clarity on that, so we wouldn't have a lot of people outside waiting to get tested. Because though I'm not there again, bingo players, I have to get tested again. The other point I want to make was I'm using my time, y'all. Stop laughing. Okay, you mentioned about we're talking about pre-Ks and kinders, and thank you for the information as it relates to. I asked specifically for District 2 because I wanted to know what the difference was in pre-K registration for pre-K in 2018 and 2019. And just for pre-K in District 2 alone is almost 600 students. And kinder is minus 325 students. And I'm making this point because as we talk about budgets, and as you said all along, even before the pandemic, once we start looking at this, where we're going to get this $80 million from, everybody keep in mind that all of us have to look at where our discrepancies are.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Dygard. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, for the presentation. A lot of great things are happening. But I do want to ask something regarding academics. What guidance are the students grade where students don't show up or they turn off their camera, or there's a lot of failing grades. I know there was a report sent out that the Houston Chronicles are kids in their class now. Tell us a little bit about the guidance teachers and principals are receiving.
So, Trustee Santos, you were breaking up, so I only heard the guidance and failing grades.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Thank you. I just was wondering what the guidance our teachers and our principals are receiving regarding students that aren't able to show up to school or aren't able to show up to virtual school. So I know that there was a 2% or 49%.
Trustee Santos, try holding your microphone closer to you. Every time you, even ever so slightly when you move your head, for some reason it's cutting in and out, and we're having trouble hearing you. Sorry. And we're not going to count that against your time, don't worry. So ask your question one more time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So there are failing rates all across the ISD right now because students show up or not to virtual class or in person, and teachers have they have 49% or 51% of their students not pass their classes. Is there any guidance or guidelines around, or maybe boot camp? Is there a way that kids can make up their grades?
I think I know what you're asking. Just a little bit, like I said, we're still breaking up. So let's talk about like I said, the failing grades, and I believe you asked about guidance to principals and teachers. And so I want to take a step back and share that there are multiple ways for parents and students to submit their work. If they're experiencing problems logging in and going into the hub, they can text, email. So there are ways to still have multiple options there. But you have to be engaged in order to receive a grade. And so the guidance and support is, we still have credit recovery going on. That option is still available to our high school students. But some of the issues around failure is due to a lack of engagement. And it's not that the teachers haven't done what they're supposed to do, or our principals, but some of it is truly lack of participation. And so we're going to do everything we can to provide tutoring support, making phone calls. There are home visits that are conducted to try to get students engaged, but it's still a partnership even in a virtual environment. But so that part of the story doesn't get out, that principals and teachers are doing everything they can to reach out to students right now. But we do need students to be engaged.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So are there guidelines or extra resources that, I don't want to say extra resources, but the winter boot camps will there be opportunities for students that aren't engaged or maybe just can't focus or learn in the environment that they're in right now to be able to come back and get their grades up? Because the failing rates are, is there like a pass-fail option? I mean, I know that some law schools went to pass-fail. Is there a way to do that?
No, we're continuing with our grading policy, and it is still in place. And we talked about that and announced that in July. And that's what we submitted in our asynchronous learning plan that was submitted to the state that was approved. Academic boot camps are offered in a virtual format. Some camps were offered by our campuses the week of Thanksgiving. Some have camp planned for the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. And so those options are available. I will tell you, and we all get it, the numbers for the academic boot camp for November, they were down. Also, teachers were tired. We did not get a lot of teachers that wanted to teach during that time, even in a virtual format. And we didn't push it. I'll be very honest with you. Principals were told it's your option to offer it. Don't force teachers to sign up to teach during that time. And that's the same thing. It is an option that is available. Campuses will make that decision. Some of the campuses that did not have teachers wanting to teach, we tried to partner them with another campus. And so that is part of it, that everyone is at a point of being exhausted. And so we have to balance that and be honest and recognize that.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. I just wanted to maybe if you could somebody could reach out to the teachers, because there are teachers that are very overwhelmed and pressured. I know grades went in, and they're stressing out right now. And just as a heads up, I'm very willing to volunteer an hour a day, maybe 2 hours a day to help tutor. So however I can help. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I believe the teachers, have they received my email, Rebecca? The teachers, actually all teachers in the district, they are invited to a winter wind down with the superintendent next Thursday. We are going to virtually party. And they have something, I can't give it all away. If you want to come sign up and register. One is at 3:30 and one is at 4:30. And so it's just a way. We also have something special planned for our nurses on Tuesday. So stay tuned and follow everything. Follow us on Twitter to see all the exciting fun we're going to have next week. I've already made sure that the team knows the first song that will be played is this Christmas, and it has to be the Donny Hathaway version. Right, team?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Not Chris Brown.
Can we wear ugly sweaters again?
Yes, you can wear your ugly sweater. I don't have an ugly one. I have what we call a pretty sweater. It's in a pretty pink and green. I'll wear that for you.
Okay, so before we go to round two, I have a couple of questions. Still back on the student enrollment decline. These are how many per category of kids. Can we get through a referral, like what the percentage is? Like what percent are we down in pre-K? What percent are we down in fifth grade? Whatever. I think that would help. A raw number just could use some context. But what I keep hearing is it sounds like it's a bigger percentage of our pre-K kids and our kindergarten kids who didn't. That's where the greatest percentage of enrollment drop has occurred, correct?
That's correct.
So my question about that is, I'm thinking ahead not just financially to next year, but learning loss to next year. Is there any thought already about, that 4-year-old, or that 5-year-old who wasn't in kindergarten this year, and there's going to be a lot of them, right? It's not, we've always, I'm sure, had some kinder kids that didn't come to first grade, but now we might have whole classes of kinder kids who didn't come to first grade. Are they automatically going to go to first grade next year? Are you already thinking ahead about how you're going to make up that full year for so many kids?
Yes, we are. We are. And every year, for the past 2 years, we've offered, so let's talk about kindergarten. We've offered a kindergarten readiness camp in the summer for our students at designated campuses. And so we know that we will need to offer more opportunities. And I'll be very honest with you, we're praying that that can be more face-to-face for more students as we get closer to June. We've also we'll be looking at programs for kindergarten students. We know additional supports will be needed as it relates to tutorial support, as far as academic support after school and enrichment opportunities. And so we're starting to talk about that and plan of what that programming academically will look like moving into 21-22. Our calendar committee, actually, we formed it last week. They'll start that process of talking about what will our calendars look like. Will we propose or recommend a year-round type calendar for some designated campuses? Will we look at an extended calendar? Will we add additional days to the calendar? So the calendar committee has started that work.
Do you have any idea yet where the kids are who haven't come back in other grades?
Where they are, meaning like where they are in...
Isn't there some system, like if they show up in another district or charter school or something, that we'll know they're in school?
If they've gone to another Texas school district, that when they request their records, they're coded, and then that school enrolls them.
Do we know what percentage out of the kids who didn't come back to us are at least in school someplace where they are?
No, I don't have that available, no.
Will we have it at some point?
I will have to check and see through our federal and state compliance.
Okay. My next question is, you were talking on one of these slides about, these weekly meetings with principals. Can you tell me more what that looks like? How are you dedicating space and time for principals by level to discuss things like the failure rates or any other concerns that they have, share best practices, that kind of thing?
So these weekly visits and meetings are conducted by the SSOs with the principals. We have our monthly principals meeting that has a focus. The monthly principals meeting has a focus around special education. Then there's a focus around various types of academic support that might be needed. This past month we focused on supporting L students. We're getting ready as we start moving to January, start focusing on the master schedule and how to design those supports. So principal meetings, there are breakout sessions. We have senior leadership leading those sessions, and sometimes the principals are leading those. And then across the areas, they're meeting across their areas to get together and share those best practices. So an SSO that has a group of schools in one area, they're pulling their people together. For example, our early childhood center principals, they get together, and then they're sharing strategies around early childhood education. So that varies, and it looks different across the different categories of areas.
Okay. And then I'm going back to this money thing because I don't really understand how we could have an $80 to $90 million revenue decline for 2021 without it impacting our budget.
It's impacting, no, the decline is as a result of not having those students this year. It's going to impact us next year. So we're not seeing that materialize right now as we speak. And that's why I say as we start planning for 21-22, we have to look at how we're going to address that. So we're not seeing right now so February we'll bring you amended budget. We bring that every year, but this year we brought you 2 amended budgets as a result of COVID and some additional things we needed for special education. You'll see through that amended budget where we are and how we're balancing, but this is always a look ahead of what's going to happen next year as a result of not getting those numbers.
Okay.
Or not hitting that target.
And then this real quick comment, page 21, social emotional needs of our kids. Can you give us an ETA on when the Microsoft Teams, when kids will be able to put in their preferred names, whether it's Sue instead of Susan or Michaela instead of Michael?
Yes, Chief Scott Gilhausen is our Chief of Information Technology. He's over here to my left, Trustee Giltry.
Good evening, Madam President Tygart. So pretty quickly, we've got a proof of concept with one of our high schools that they inputted that data in last night. And so right now we're waiting for feedback for them to say that it took so that it can be populated into Microsoft Teams. Once that happens, then we'll communicate out to all the principals.
Okay. What I'm hearing is, I had a little trouble hearing you, but I'm hearing you have a solution and it's about to be rolled out.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. All right, round 2. Trustees, who wants to go first? If there, I heard some people said they were saving questions for round 2, or maybe all the questions have been addressed. Going once, going twice. I have a couple. Oh, Trustee Sung.
Okay. Just to follow up on a few things, I want to make sure I understand. Dr. Lathan, the $80 to $90 million shortfall is for this year or next year?
It would be for next school year.
Okay. So if our enrollment holds steady, then we'd be looking at that much of it. We'd be starting from trying to figure out our budget with that much of a shortfall. Okay.
Yes, and we actually do that every year. Yes.
Correct. Yes, that's what I was connecting to. Thank you. And then I'm wondering, for the pre-K and kinder students who maybe missed a year, I love hearing about, readiness camps, expanding those this summer. That makes a lot of sense. Is there any interest from parents? And I don't know whether you would welcome this or not. So first question, are you hearing any interest from parents about redshirting, like basically keeping kids back, like maybe they would normally by age go into first grade, but maybe they want to do kindergarten instead if they missed kindergarten this year. And I don't know whether that's something we would recommend or not in HISD. So what are you hearing from the community, and what's the recommendation if people are interested in that?
I have not heard that. It hasn't bubbled up to my level. That is a question that we can pose and raise with principals, and then we would just have to look at that. But I will say, we have a process in place as it relates to our grade placement committee that meets annually to look at students as it relates to promotion and retention. So there's already a process in place that we utilize as a district. But that question, and actually another trustee asked me that this week, it just hasn't come up to my level.
Okay, thank you. And I think those are all my questions, so thank you so much.
Any other questions for Mike?
Can I just point out, I want to make sure, go back to make sure that Trustee Cruz, I can't see you here, but I can see you on the screen, and everyone understands, it's like we're using our savings account, just like you would do at home. That's what's getting us through this school year. And then as we prepare for 21-22, we have to start making those cuts.
So you're using fund balance?
Fund balance and our savings to balance everything out. But I just want to make sure it's clear. But everything is always a year ahead. You're always looking out to that next year.
So what I'm hearing is we're using fund balance. It's not that we have $80 or $90 million of wiggle room in our budget that we weren't spending on other things.
You're right. we are not. We do not.
I heard this, we're saving on travel. I'm like, we don't have $80 to $90 million
of travel. And the savings is not as much as people think, because remember, we have COVID expenses that we had not budgeted for when we first started planning our budget. And all of us honestly thought this would be over sooner rather than later, that it would not be dragging on. And so some of those expenses, and remember, we projected what the COVID expenses would be through first semester. When we come back to you in February with an amended budget, we'll talk about the rest of those expenses for the remainder of the school year and beyond.
Thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Lathan.
So round two, I don't see any other trustees with questions. So let me ask a follow-up question. That how much do we expect to be?
I was waiting.
Using?
I was waiting.
Oh, sorry.
I was waiting for Sun.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that was from the last round. Go ahead. Sorry, Trustee Bluford-Daniels. Go ahead.
Hey, just a real quick question. And to your point that was being made, we also approved an additional $30 million for devices this year because of COVID. Wasn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I wanted to add that too. But earlier, I asked the board attorney to send some information that was shared with me to all the trustees. And I just wonder if perhaps you all have thought about thinking outside of the box for those kids that are missing, particularly those kinders, so that we could try and catch those kids up. Have you thought about doing maybe an evening or Saturday educational opportunity for those kids that even for different various grades, but just something that we're not accustomed to having, but just an opportunity to try to catch those kids up?
And we also, actually, Trustee Bluford-Daniels, pre-COVID and in COVID, we still provide opportunities after school and on Saturdays for our students. So that's still ongoing, and it was going on pre-COVID.
And thank you for that. And one of the things, part of that article was they did some night classes. They did some evening classes after the parents got off of work, especially those people that have to work and that are not there to help assist those kids with educational opportunities or responsibilities. So I'm just throwing it out there, and I'll forward that to you too, Dr. Lathan. I'm not sure if Lisa did, but all the trustees got it, just to think of something different, because we may not, obviously, we can't go along with the norm. We have to be creative with opportunities for these children.
Another follow-up question on the money part of it. So if we're taking money out of our fund balance, do we have any guesstimate yet on how much we might be using out of our fund balance for 2021?
I will make sure that Chief Reed gives that information to you. I don't want to give you the wrong amount.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you can send that to us, that would help.
We will.
Another question about teachers, and a lot of demands on our teachers right now, and I know there's a lot of sort of compliance stuff that we ask them to do. Are they getting overwhelmed by any of that might be optional in a year like this that isn't mandated by the state, so they can focus more on the instructional needs of their kids?
A great question. A lot of the mandates by the state, we have not received relief on the number of mandates from the state. I will tell you, the state just released, there was a press release probably an hour or two ago when we were in close, that there's a pause on accountability ratings for this year, but STAR will still be administered. And so that's the first major release if you think about compliance. So we still have to administer the STAR. It just goes back to like when we were in Harvey, we will not receive a rating for all of our campuses and a district rating for this year.
Okay. And then parents and having students that may be failing a class or more, I know that we've switched from grade speed to Parent Connect this year. Are we noticing any change in the percentage of our families logging on to Parent Connect compared to logging on to grade speed?
Chief Gilhousen, do you have that information? We'd have to look at that.
And that can be a referral.
Right, because I know I don't have
that. That can be a referral. I just know that that's a tool the parents use, and grade speed allowed a parent to set, if my kid dropped below an A or dropped below a D, that they get a text notification, and Parent Connect doesn't seem to have that feature, at least that I as a parent have found, which makes me wonder if that might be a tool that parents used to have and don't have anymore, that might just be another part of this equation. So just kind of pointing out that and that data would be nice to know. And then last but not least, thank you for recognizing the need for families to be fed. You commented in a meeting I was in with you earlier this week that kids were saving some of the food from school and taking it home to their families. And so feeding kids' families actually helps our kids not be hungry themselves. So thank you for that. Trustee Santos.
Thank you. Thank you, President Dygard. Dr. Lathan, I know that I was going to wait to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it now. Could we suspend DLA and snapshots and let teachers teach and principals lead for the remainder of this year, and use this year to measure how and or if all this over-testing really is necessary? And then show Commissioner Morath what I think he already knows is that testing doesn't improve academics. Teachers do. So their authentic instruction, especially in a year where the accountability system will be suspended, but a STAR will be administered, we can use just every single minute to count towards instruction, and then still, at the end of the year when they take STAR, compared to the data where we do goal progress measure. I think that would or could show people that have never been in education what education really is about when we maximize instructional minutes.
And that's a great question. I actually think it's part of a bigger discussion that we need to hold during A2. which is why we shared the information, the report. We shared that report with you to just kind of understand. School districts across the country and even in our own state have looked at different options as it relates to progress monitoring and student achievement for this year. So I think it's a broader conversation that we need to hold as a group when we get to that particular part of the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan.
Trustee Hernandez.
Dr. Lathan, recently I've seen some articles about other school districts having a one-time payment for their staff because of COVID. Is it financially possible for us to do that?
And I want to share with you, and I actually just held this discussion also yesterday with the union. We've looked at that from a district perspective of looking at provide an incentive to our teachers or our principals. We've looked at it on a sliding scale of how much we would give, anywhere from $100 all the way up. The issue that we're encountering as a school district is numbers. You know, we are a large school district. We pride ourselves on being the #1 in the state, #7 in the country. But I just, take out a calculator and I want you to go through the process with us that we and Chief Dimmitt and Chief Reed and Officer Muhammad, that's what we discuss. And we look at, okay, so even just $100. Someone do $100 for me. $100 times 11,000. We should know what that math is, but just do it. Sylvia, I see you doing it. Go ahead, Sylvia. Tell me what that amount is. And I'm going somewhere with this to answer your question because that's what we wanted to do. High end of $1.1 million? Oh, so you see, I know that. 1.1 million. So that's $100. That's for $100. We've looked at $500. We've looked at $1,000. And so when we start looking at those amounts, and I know Trustee Santos actually asked me like in August about this. Yes, we could do it, but then the balance is we're saying we're projecting an $80 million deficit, right? And we're going to have to make necessary cuts. It's not that we don't want to do that. And then, and like I said, told the union yesterday, let's say we go a little bit higher. Go do 500, Sylvia. And Julia, you should be calling out the answer because you already know the answer. You've done. We created a spreadsheet. What'd you say, Trustee Daigo?
Times that is 5.5.
5.5 million. So when we start projecting and planning our budget for 21-22, do I possibly, and like I said, no guarantees, but do we use that $5 million as we think about compensation across the board? Like this year when we looked at compensation, it was like $16.9 million, I think, for our budget. So all of that is, if we use the money now, and we could do that as an option, we will not have that money later to look at other types of compensation as we move forward for the next 2 years. So that's kind of the thought process behind it. I'll tell you another option that we looked at. And Chief Dimmitt, correct me. Chief Dimmitt, also the operator, we call her Operator Julia, Trustee Gilbert. She's our HR person. She's a Zoom operator also. We've looked at if you are 100% virtual, maybe $500. If you are face-to-face and virtual, $1,000. So we've looked at it at various points. And we're still not, they'll tell you, we're still not closed to still continuing that conversation. Julia, what was the text that I sent you yesterday? Glenn and Tim, right after we saw another school district do it.
Yes, she was. We were still trying to figure out if we couldn't do this, could we try to do that? But like Dr. Lathan was saying, the long-term impact kind of makes us nervous. So, but we've been looking at figures and numbers for months now to try to do a reward.
And we had wanted to do it in December, honestly speaking, to do it. This is, kind of the perfect time. And so we're still not closed. We're still looking at it and talking about it. But thank you for asking me that, because I don't think we publicly talked about it. I think I've talked about it behind the scenes with our team, talked about it behind the scenes with the union. I know I have a town hall on Tuesday with the teachers union, and I plan to discuss it then. So we're still looking at options.
Seeing no other speakers in the queue for this presentation, we are going to move on to A2, approval of the board monitoring update, presentation of goals 1 and 4, progress measures 1, 2, and 3. Dr. Lathan, if you or a member of your staff would like to make the presentation, and trustees, if you would please hold your questions and comments until after the presentation. Actually, I always mess this up. Board Legal Counsel, do we do a motion and a second and a vote after the presentation, or a motion and a second and then the presentation is the discussion?
You can do it either way, Madam President. I think the more typical would be to have a motion and a vote so that the item, a motion and a second so that the item is properly before the board. Then you have any questions, then have a vote.
Okay. All right. So, colleagues, is there a motion for A2, approval of board monitoring update?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So, turning it over to Dr. Lathan and or Dr. Matney.
Yes, trustees, we are presenting the first board adopted goals in November. And we are ready to present tonight that information. So we have Dr. Matney is actually online, and then Dr. Bittner is here in the boardroom. Dr. Matney, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, President Dygard. Trustee Guidry, my name is Allison Matney. I'm Officer of Research and Accountability for HISD. So this evening, we're going to review our data regarding goal progress measures 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. So to ground our conversation this evening, we're going to look at that article that was published, that was attached. We're not going to go through it. It's not going to be a teaching exercise necessarily, but it is in your board agenda, done by the Center for Assessment. And what they discussed is really the audience was state and large district policymakers around the use of data in a pandemic. And what they really tried to caution us about is we're going to really want to grasp for data because students went home in March. We haven't seen them through the summer. And so as soon as we get them back, we are really, really going to want to make sure that we see data around learning loss, around where we need to take students to move them forward. And we need to be cautious about the types of data and the context. So in the current context, acting on weak data carries considerable costs and risk, such as misrepresenting actual achievement, encouraging inordinate focus on remediation, rather than access to grade level content, and exacerbating stress and anxiety being experienced by all students and educators, but especially by those furthest from opportunity. So some of the talking points in this article were that aggregate results, and aggregate results are looking at them at the all district level or the all state level. So the very top level examination of results may ignore students' learning context. We have to look at were students taking the assessment or learning in person versus online. Were there hardware or software complications? Did students know how to use the hardware? In HISD, our high school students are proficient in using the hardware and the software and the tools, but some of our earliest learners really are not at a big scale. And then what the testing environment was like. As we're all aware, our first 6 weeks all remote, and so students were taking a BOY screener assessment in environments all over the city of Houston that looked very varied as opposed to in our computer labs in our campuses. Formative assessments still provide important feedback for teachers who can interpret the student results in that context. So it's very important that we keep that in mind, that these assessment results are incredibly valuable when we know the context. So I don't say the word valuable meaning important or the end all be all, but valuable in the student is looking at it. Are they in alignment with how the student performed historically? How the student's performing in class right now? Are they seeing trends of content that's being missed? Or was the BOY assessment an outlier, for example? So it's been almost 1 year since the last time as a board we discussed the Renaissance results, so we're going to do a little refresher. So what is Renaissance 360? It's a computer adaptive assessment where, as the student is assessing based on how they answer the previous question, a different question will come up, whether it's at a higher level or a lower level. So it adapts to the student's responses. It has 3 different components: early literacy, reading, and math. Both English and Spanish languages are available, and accommodations are available for students who need them to access the general curriculum. And we have 4 monitoring windows. Beginning of year, BOY, we have our progress monitoring, and then MOY, middle of year, and then end of year at the closeout of the school year. Our K through 8 students all are assessed with Renaissance 360. And then in high school, our students who are in Algebra 1, English 1, and English 2, specifically those that need to retest on the STAR EOC. And then students with disabilities who are enrolled in the general education setting in all of those grade bands are assessed. So how do we use Renaissance 360? We use it specifically to monitor student growth. We talked this summer about there being a new student growth measure as part of Renaissance 360 that will be built into next year's board reporting to be able to give us a little bit deeper analysis of progress rather than just performance and achievement. We use it to identify student learning needs, and where teachers in the classrooms use this data to be able to know where we need to remediate or where we need to accelerate. Students may be outperforming what they look like they're performing in class, and so how can we accelerate some of that learning? We use it to assign interventions, and teachers have immediate access to online data points that allow them to adjust and target their instructional strategies. So we always use the example of if we're moving along and we know, for example, that we want to achieve a goal, but if you don't have checkpoints along the way, you never know if you're achieving that goal. We don't want to wait until the end to see if a student, through these more structured screeners, are actually achieving what they're achieving. And so that, in addition to the incredibly valuable data that teachers gather on a daily basis about their students, scale up to that end of year performance metric. And then new this year, our outputs are integrated with Easy IEP. That's our special education instructional monitoring platform. And that provides supplemental progress monitoring for students with disabilities. It provides more on-demand data in one location for our staff members that are supporting our students with disabilities. So we're super excited about that integration. And then there is additional information provided in the Renaissance FAQ that is linked in the progress monitoring report for anybody that wants to dig deeper and get a little bit deeper about Renaissance 360. So we'll start with our first goal that y'all adopted November 5th. The percentage of 3rd grade students performing at or above grade level in reading, as measured by the MEETS grade level standard on STAR, will increase 8 percentage points from 42% in 2019 to 50% in spring 2024. So our first progress measure is the percentage of 1st grade students reading on grade level, as measured by the end of year literacy screener, will increase 8 percentage points from 63% in 2019 to 71% in 2024. So we'll examine that data for our 1st grade students for this beginning of year assessment. We're looking at our students who are reading at or above benchmark on the reading assessment for BOY. Our English and Spanish results are combined. You can see on the right-hand side, we've determined that we are not evaluating right now based on data quality issues, lots of conversations with other districts, with our Renaissance partners who have been invaluable through this process. You can see on the left-hand side of the chart, on the blue lines, the first data point is the BOY. the middle is the MOI, and the third data point for each of the years is the EOI. So what we're looking at is last year's BOI was 53% of first grade students scoring at or above benchmark. This year, we have 73%. And so we've even colored it a different color. It's our purple. So it's our pandemic color, our pandemic purple is 73%. So what we want to do is really call out that it is an outlier. When we look at our BOY scores from 2017 through last year, we were at 50, 54, and 53. And the 73 is just a significant outlier. It doesn't mean that if it's the case and it's accurate, we wouldn't be celebrating from our rooftops. Absolutely, that's where we want our students to be. In fact, offset our 24 goal is to be 71%. But there are just too many pieces of the puzzle during this pandemic that are left to be considered. So we can see that we have a 20-point increase from 1920 with that 73%. It doesn't mean that the test is not valid. It doesn't mean that it's unreliable. It's just at the very, very aggregate level, we need to be very cautious in how we use that 73. We need to really use this data at the granular classroom level, and then make sure that we're being cautious about the use of that. So moving on to the next slide, we'll use that first grade data now that we've seen that, and I'll go into a little bit more detail of some of the concerns that we've discussed as administration. So students took the universal screener remotely during the BOY window, leading to the potential following data quality issues. Students could have those hardware-software complications or disruptions to the testing environment. That could lead to decreased scores. Parents or others could be helping students, not knowing that it's a screener, not knowing that it's an assessment. That could lead to increased scores. We also are considering that it's possible that some of our students did not take the assessment at all. Those could be students who historically have scored very high or historically have scored in the lower levels. So all of these issues are things that we're examining. The issues are more likely in first and second grade due to device limitations. So for example, first and second graders were using iPads, and the proctoring that we put in place as a district, the teacher proctoring, we could not do on iPads because you couldn't have two apps open at the same time. So there are several things to consider for the data quality piece. Continuing, the validity of a test is always related to the context in which the results are used. So the BOY screener results, again, for individual students, provide that valuable information to the teachers, but the validity is less certain the more you aggregate it up the chain for larger groups like campuses, district level, state level. And we see that, as Dr. Lathan mentioned, in Commissioner Morath's statement today of waiving accountability for one more year, because it's just so unreliable to aggregate that type of information up for any accountability ratings. So goal progress measure 1.2, the percentage of second grade students reading on grade level as measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 61% in 2019 to 69% in 2024. On the next slide, you'll see again our purple dot, our pandemic dot for beginning of year this year. Again, a 20-point difference between BOY last year and our BOY this year, from 49 to 69. And again, first and second grade, those two grade levels that we've just discussed, those are the two that had the iPads and that we're most concerned about validity. Or not validity, but most concerned about how the test was administered. So 1.3, the percentage of third grade students reading on grade level as measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 57% in 2019 to 65% in 2024. And for our third grade, we see a similar increase, but less significant. So last year's BOY in third grade was 46%, and this year's was at 54%. So again, you see that purple dot there. So leveled off a little bit more. What we saw is there are other testing companies that saw these same trends. So there's 3 big testing companies, and Curriculum and Associates, NWEA, and the Renaissance that we use. And all 3 of them saw more significant differences in first and second grade than they did in third, and then even fourth and higher were much more stable. Goal 4, the percentage of students receiving special education services reading at or above grade level is measured by the meets grade level standard on STAR 3 through 8 reading and STAR EOC English 1 and 2 assessments will increase 8 percentage points from 21% in spring 2019 to 29% in spring 2024. Our first progress measure, we're looking at the percentage of students receiving special education services in 2nd through 5th grade. Reading on grade level is measured by the end of year literacy screener, will increase 8 percentage points from 14% in 2019 to 22% in 2024. So again, we look at the similar data chart. The difference in the previous charts in this one is we're combining 2nd through 5th grade in this one. So we're looking at our students with disabilities just at the elementary level for the reading assessment. And we look at our historical BOY numbers for this population, went from 11 to 10 to 12 up to 27 this year. So again, some of the similar concerns that we had before, and we just wanted to call that out separately. For 4.2, the percentage of students receiving special education services in 6th through 8th grade reading on grade level is measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 7% in 2019 to 15% in 2024. So again, BOY for previous years from 9 to 6 to 8 and a smaller jump up to 12, which again is in alignment with what all 3 of the testing companies saw was a smaller difference in our upper grade levels. 4.3 is the percentage of students receiving special education services enrolled in English 1 or 2 reading on grade level is measured by the end of year literacy screener will increase 8 percentage points from 5% in 2019 to 13% in 2024. So we're looking at our high school students who were assessed from 13 BOY in 2017 to 5 to 5 to 7 this year. So a little more in alignment with what we would expect, but again, wanting to make sure that we call that out separately with that 7. One of the pieces that I wanted to make sure that I shared with you this evening is a huge kudos to our student assessment department from the Renaissance group. We were the largest district, the largest sample of the Renaissance testers across the country who administered with teacher remote proctoring. So really making the effort to try to make sure that we had pieces in place to make sure the assessment was proctored and administered in the best way possible, and definitely had some great successes with that. But as you can see from the data, definitely wanting to watch this at the district level, but most specifically at the campus level with individual teachers and looking at students and how we can make sure what they are learning is matching with what they're showing and demonstrating from their learning.
Thank you, Dr. Matney. opening it up now to questions from my colleagues. Please use the chat. We'll do 2 rounds, 2 minutes each. If y'all, this is the first time we're getting to progress monitor these new goals and constraints. As always, if you want to do additional rounds, it's y'all's choice with the motion, second, and vote. Trustee Sung.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the bonus reading from the Aspen Institute. Dr. Lathan, Ms. Matney, what in this data has been useful to you, right? The Aspen Institute cautions interpretation of data collected in these kinds of contexts. There's still, I think there's some opportunity to learn data, as they call it, embedded in there, like the number of students testing, right? So I'm wondering, what do you take away from this data, if anything, and what are you using it for? And if you're not finding this data particularly useful, what are you looking at instead? Is there qualitative data? Is there anecdotal data that you're using instead to guide your decisions with regards to our literacy goals for our elementary students and our special education students?
It goes back to some of the issues or concerns that Dr. Matney shared at the beginning. Yeah, we still looked at this data. We used it and analyzed it. It was part of our discussions with our quarterly portfolio reviews with our area offices in early November. Also, we look at other data points that our campuses utilize high-frequency words or our snapshots. So there are other data points that we use, and we always use beyond just the Renaissance data. So that's ongoing. Schools actually, like you said, they use some qualitative data. Teachers, of course, are the best people that know how their students are progressing. So those teachers look and rely on those notes. When it comes up to my level, we're looking at a high level of how are students doing on a particular campus, how many students are in need of urgent intervention support, how many students are participating in tutorials, what additional supports do we need to provide a specific campus.
Okay, thank you. So I know this data comes to us saying not evaluated, but kind of what's your gut feel from the totality of information you have? Like, do we feel like we're where we want to be? I'm not going to use the words on track. Do we feel like we're where we want to be? Are there particular groups you're concerned about?
No, I don't. Honestly speaking, I don't feel that we're where we want to be because of the fact of some of the issues. I don't use the word issues. Some of the possible supports that could have been received. Like I said, the testing environment was totally different. And so, I mean, we could be exciting and doing cartwheels and say, wow, look at us, look at us. But we know that there are some concerns around the data quality piece. And so we are very cautious and still looking at other data points.
Okay. So then I'm going to kind of set this chunk of data aside, right, instead of digging into it the way I normally would, and then just ask this. So from what we know from talking to students, from the failure rates that we know students have experienced that we talked about earlier, what do you think we need to be doing kind of long term to help kids who have been falling behind get caught up this year and in the next few years? Are there kind of big changes the board needs to begin to contemplate looking ahead to the next year and even multiple years?
Students will need additional support. Like I said, it could possibly be an extended school day, extended school year, and it could be actually for a certain group of students, or it could be for district-wide. It could be campuses. As schools develop the supports that are needed for the students on their campuses, then we look at, okay, do we need to scale this across the entire district? Is this germane to maybe a first grade? Do we need to do this for first grade students, do this for second grade students? So those are the conversations that we're holding. And like I said, we hold those conversations anyway. It's just we are going to have more students that we need to accommodate and to provide additional funding to accommodate as we move forward in the spring and then the upcoming next school year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Trustee Cruz.
Okay, so Dr. Lathan, you mentioned that you were looking at other data. Can we look at the data that you're looking at?
The snapshot data, and I'm looking over, I got kicked out of Zoom. The snapshot data and high frequency word data, I mean, those are school level type, it's data that we look at. When you think about it I mean, you can look at it, not saying the board can't, but that kind of gets down and drilling it down into levels where you should be looking at it from the high level piece. But if that's the information you want to receive, you can receive it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a concern that, I mean, we know kids have fallen behind, right? We're not in regular learning, but you know, I think we represent the public, and I think it's just important for the public to know, you know, exactly where we really are. So I would appreciate that. Thank you. And is there a reason? I mean, I know that there's issues with the data, but it looks like, at least in the older grades, that it's a little more in line with where it's been. Is there a reason why it wasn't disaggregated by English and Spanish? I'm just curious.
Dr. Patney?
That is in the report itself. If you look at packet page 34, that's the first example, percentage of first grade students reading at or above benchmark English only versus Spanish only.
Okay.
You'll see those same charts, just the reports themselves have a lot more detail in it. We don't include all the charts on the PowerPoint, but all that supporting data is there for you.
Okay, thank you for putting that out. And then, you know, I want to know, what are we going to do to ensure that we have data integrity put in place for the middle of year screener? What are y'all thinking about?
I mean, you know, one of the things we're going to try to do is encourage parents to send their students in during that assessment time, even the students that are participating virtually. But you've heard concerns from even speakers tonight that, you know, we were mandated to do that this week for retesters for the EOC. There are some parents that do not, until the pandemic is over, want to send their students in. And so we will try to get more students in face-to-face during the testing, the assessment window.
Did you have...
And Dr. Lang, can I add to that? This may help also. Renaissance has begun. We were not able to separate, well, and we didn't need to, all of our students were remote, but we called on them to develop a process to be able to separate out our students who are assessed using Renaissance remotely versus in person, so that we can run the data much like we do English and Spanish. We can actually separate that out, and they've put that in place for our next MOY assessment window. And so student assessment is working on that so that we'll have those data points so we can see, is it really an in-person, or did our students really just absolutely do a great job over the summer, and this is where we are. So so we're excited about that functionality from Renaissance.
Okay, that's really good to know. So the students that took the PSAT were required to come in person. Was that optional, or they just all had to come?
They all had to come in, but then, you know, they could have chosen not to come in, but that was the requirement for them to come in, or they didn't participate.
I mean, it sounds like Dr. Lathan and Dr. Matney, y'all are talking to a lot of other school districts about this issue, and I'm just curious what other school districts are planning to do for MOY and EOY data.
Different school districts are approaching it in different ways. Some, like I said, are trying to mandate face-to-face, some with success, some without. Others are still just moving forward with their online administration if they utilize a particular screener or utilize a middle-of-the-year assessment. And then some districts are discontinuing virtual instruction.
Okay. And I mean, even if we don't have face-to-face instruction, you know, just thinking about in terms, you know, the way you did the PSAT, I mean, it sounds like you've considered that. I'm just wondering what the long-term plan is. So, you know, I think it's just really important. I know the board values the data, and, you know, we want to know how the kids are really doing. So thank you.
Trustee Flynn-Villaseka.
Thank you again, Dr. Lathan, Dr. Matney, for the presentation this evening. A few questions that I have are, just to clarify, when was the BOY administered? Can you remind us of the testing window?
Yes, it was the second week of September we ran about 4 weeks because of the fact of making all the necessary adjustments. So actually the third week, I'll keep them off on my days because we started on September 8th. So 2 weeks out around September 16th. So the window ran from the end of September to the 1st of October.
Okay.
I'm still thinking August.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that there were, here at the beginning of the presentation, some things that were pointed out were questionable issues with technology, perhaps. So I'm wondering if there was any widespread outages reported to HISD, if we have any more information as far as the deployment of devices during the time when this was actually administered and things like that, that would help reinforce that bullet point or that theory or hypothesis.
Not as it relates to outages or issues around deployment, because remember our learning centers were open. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then also, it's probably in the back, but how many students were tested for each of these different areas?
Dr. Matney, can you bring that up?
Yes, so in each of the charts, you'll see at the bottom the N number. So for example, okay, that's the first grade. I'll walk you through. The BOY, the N is 13,898. Do you see that at the very bottom of the chart where it says 2021, just above the reading performance label?
Hold on. Page number first.
Oh, that's my other page. That's my other document. Okay, so if you go to your packet, page number 21. No, I'm sorry, that's second grade. Packet page number 17.
Okay.
Right above the reading performance label, you'll see the year 2021.
I got it.
BOY, you see the N. There you go. And it's the same on all the charts. The total tested is there for you.
Okay. Yep. No, thank you for helping me locate that. Do we have a percentage of how many students that is tested versus enrolled? Was there a big discrepancy or not so much?
I do not have that in this report.
Like participation rates, right, compared to enrollment. Okay.
I believe the participation rate is in a report from the Q&A.
Okay, I'll go find it. Thank you. Are we in the middle of progress monitoring right now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And that's an ongoing thing. Are we able to see, now that we have a mix of students that are virtual and in person, as we're progress monitoring as a district, do we see a difference as far as results are concerned based on possible context for their learning?
We haven't pulled, and Dr. Matney, please correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't pulled data from that standpoint to look at that. Remember, progress monitoring is decided based on how the student performs on the assessment, and then the teacher is doing that progress monitoring with that particular student or students.
So like the tiered, right? But I'm just curious to see. So like now that we have students, this because they were all tested virtually in the first place. I know we have middle of the year, but there's still students that are engaging in this platform to receive some of the tiered. To be monitored for their progress, right? So I'm curious as to, if we're seeing or uncovering some potential patterns that are similar to the BOY, or things that might be a little bit different for students that now are in person that tested maybe BOY, or vice versa, virtually. So I just wanted to see if there's any story that's being told or things to continue to look more into as we're engaging in this grappling with this over the course of the year. And then also sort of...
Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, you're out of time for this round.
Thank you.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Dygard. And Dr. Manny, please stop me if I think maybe Trustee Cruz asked this, but I was busy writing questions. So we split out the data from in-person testing to address the quality issues, the data quality issues? Maybe we can see the in-person versus virtual side by side.
Right, so for the first testing cycle for the BOY, everybody was remote. Since then, Renaissance has built in a method for us to be able to look at IP addresses, and that's happening right now with progress monitoring. So we'll be able to, an additional support data is you'll be able to look at our in-person testing results versus our remote testers testing results to be able to see if there are any patterns at that more granular level.
Awesome. So Dr. Matney, you said that we administered the boy the second week of September, and it took approximately 4 weeks. We're administering the MOY. How many instructional hours have we used administering DLA and snapshot? Dr. Lathan, a ballpark?
So good evening, trustees. A ballpark figure, our snapshots are very short. They're anywhere from 10 to 12 questions. So ideally, they would be under an hour, 30 minutes to an hour, depending on grade level and student. For our DLA, it is a longer assessment, and so it takes students approximately 2 hours to complete. And DLA, as a reminder, DLA is for our students who take STAR, and that is a mock STAR, if you will.
So Chief Rodriguez, but that's not just that's English, math, science, history. Can you break that down for me? So it's maybe 36, maybe 44 hours of testing that our kids have gone through so far, approximately? They
have not taken the DLA. The DLA has not been administered. The only assessment that has been administered besides the MOY district, the BOY, district-wide, are snapshots, and snapshots are optional. They're not required.
So including retesting, we're spending approximately 64 hours administering tests, and we're spending about 44 hours or so. Forgive me, Dr. Matney, for putting words in your mouth, but we're spending 44 hours on faulty data. So this begs the question if we should suspend the goal progress measures, specifically because, like Trustee Cruz said, even if we brought all our kids back to test, which parents wouldn't, it would be impossible to physically distance in some schools. So we would be sending to be able to send all the kids back at the same time for a test, it would be physically impossible. So Dr. Lathan, my question to you is, if we were to scrap the universal screener, could we recover the remaining money in the contract because we are a governmental entity?
No, if we don't administer, we pay for the service. We just would not administer it if it's not administered. And it'll be February, the first week of February now, because our schedule is adjusted. But we would not be receiving a refund because we chose not to administer it.
Okay, but we would be getting those 64 hours of instructional time, 44 to 64 hours of instructional time. So our kids would actually be learning and not testing, because like Chief Rodriguez said, that's if things are going according to plan. That's not call the internet outages, missing kids, missing teachers, like people being absent. So we would have an additional approximately 64 hours where our kids would be actually engaged in learning.
I'm not sure where you're getting the 64 hours from. How are you calculating to get 64 hours?
That we have the I'm kind of throwing them all together, Dr. Lathan. So we have the English, biology.
Trustee Santos, you are out of time. Can you save your question for next round?
Will do. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez.
Thank you, Dr. Matney and Dr. Lathan, for the presentation. A lot of my questions have been answered already. When I looked at the data for the Spanish and the English, if you go maybe to the next slide that's up there, it seems like the number of students who tested in previous years for English is a lot less than the number of students who tested this year in Spanish. Have y'all looked at that? And is there any, I guess, recommendations that y'all are making or inferences that y'all are making from that data?
Which page?
Packet page 34. Just the number of students tested seems a lot less for the English students than the Spanish students. Did we lose a lot more of our English-only students than our Spanish students? It seems to be the
So just want to make sure we're looking at the same page. You're showing, this is for first grade, correct? Students?
Correct.
10,295 that took this test in English for the beginning of the year? As opposed to 11,000 from last year?
Yeah.
Right. And as it relates to Spanish, and so I remember our numbers are down at the elementary level this year.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is one of the things that is having an impact as it relates to the number tested.
So you think that we have less English students this year than than we have Spanish students? That's what I'm asking more in terms of enrollment.
In English.
Yes, I'm asking more in terms of enrollment and percentages.
Yes, I mean enrollment is down at our elementary in our elementary level, and so that's going to also impact us as it relates to the number of assessments that were administered at the beginning of the school year. And maybe I'm not.
So I'm asking about the number of the differences from Spanish to English. So yes, I understand that enrollment is lower, but it seems like the Spanish one is not as low as the English, the number of students testing.
Trustee Hernandez, if I may, if I did my math right, and I did it really, really fast, if I did my math right, and somebody feel free to check me and tell me if it's wrong, it is a 5% decline in the N number for BOY in 2019 compared to 2020, but an 11% decline in the N number for BOY from 2019 to 2020. I didn't double check my math, so if I did it wrong, I apologize.
I haven't done the math.
That's
okay.
What I came up with.
I'll write it and ask you later. So also for the English versus the Spanish, on package page 39, the percent of third grade students reading at or above grade level. For the most part, the Spanish one, for all the rest of the grade levels, the Spanish one is higher. And the difference between last year versus this year, but for third grade, it's actually lower than the English. So first grade, it goes from, the difference between English and Spanish is the Spanish one is always a little bit higher. But for the third grade one, the difference between the BOY last year and this year is only 10 points. Have y'all looked into that, or like a reason behind that difference versus like first grade and second grade?
You're on mute, Dr. Baker.
Yes, so that goes back to the whole idea that these testing companies have found is that our first and second grade results are more significantly skewed than our third grade results, and then fourth grade and higher are even more aligned to what they're used to seeing after their researchers ran some analysis. In fact, our NWEA partners did not even report out in their nationwide report first and second grade results, because their researchers just said they are so far off, and they can't justify putting that in a report. Our Renaissance partners did put it in their nationwide report for first and second grade, but with about 75 caveats. So they wanted to make sure we're putting it in there, but here are all the reasons we're concerned about that data. So you can see that trend for English and Spanish, and then all combined, of course, first grade to second grade, and then third grade closes up a little bit more.
Yes, but for English, first grade, it's 20 and 21. English, 20, Spanish, 21. Second grade, 19 and 21. And then third grade, it's 18 and 10. So like that 18 and 10 is what is different from the Spanish to English. So that's what I'm wondering if you have done some.
Sure. And Trustee Hernandez, you're out of time. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the clock. Trustee Guidry?
It's also less students. So our third graders, it might be that students were taking it in English as their teachers are moving them into English. So there could be lots of different reasons why there's a difference there.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Dygart. Dr. Lathan, I just have, and just help me along, if you will. I'm just concerned that, or maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it just looks like the goals from first grade all the way through high school, including special education, are the same. The increase is 8%. And I'm just wondering why we don't look at grades, levels, schools, and give different expectations for different grades. It's like we could have said all of HISD will increase by 8 percentage points, because basically that's what this says. But it doesn't explain different areas, and I don't understand how we get to an 8% increase only across the board, because it looks like in some instances and in some locations, the increases are 20%. So we have 20%, and we can go through this, and I have gone through, and I can see where there's a 20% increase. So if we can see 20%, why would we relegate them to 8%?
Great question. So as you look at the overall board goals, the board, and then our individual campuses also have to set goals based on the subgroups of students that they have. And so some of their targets could be, like you said, could be higher or they could be lower. And think about it from a standpoint of a balancing. This is where we are when we receive our state accountability report from the state. It tells us where we're performing as a district. And so when you look at it, I'm on packet page 20. Are you on packet page 20? Which one are you on?
There. Okay.
And it doesn't matter. Just tell me what page. Okay. You're on packet page 20. So so right now, when we looked at that, and as the board, this is a progress measure, was developing the goals. Is what will we need to do and accomplish as a district to reach that board goal by 2024? And so during the discussions in September and October with the board, as the board was looking at that, and of setting those targets, that's where they landed on the 8% increase. And so there's a lot of work, though, that has to happen at the school level in order to move from 61% to 69%. And so these progress measure, these presentations will tell you how we're doing as it relates to making progress toward meeting this goal by 2024.
And I guess my concern is just that I don't want a particular age level or school to say, oh, we've met our 8%, we're good, when they can actually do 25, 30%.
So schools are not meeting the 8%. So they have to look at the each school receives a rating also. So the district receives a rating. So we're a B, which is an 88, right? And we're not happy about that. Of course, we want that 100, right? But each school has a certain percentage of where their students are performing, and so then they have to meet the targets for the group of students that they serve, and so it varies. But this is a good conversation and a point that we discuss with our high performing campuses. It's not so much that you're an A-rated campus, it's about how you're meeting the needs of the subgroups of students. So you're right, some schools could say we have met it, we are there, we're A, but we start drilling down to, okay, this subgroup of students, yes, you have a number of students that are carrying the school, right? So you think about the person that makes all the baskets, it's basketball season right now, that makes all the points on the team, right? And you might have someone that comes in and only does 2 points and someone scoring 30 points. But we still need to help that student who only scored 2 points in the game to get better about his shooting, right? That's the same thing that happens on a campus, is for, especially for high performing campuses, those are the questions. How are you doing for those students on your campus that are not on grade level? And what strategies are you using to help and support them?
Thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Trustee Guidry?
No, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Bluford-Daniels?
Thank you. Trustee Guidry, this is usually where I get on my soapbox about District 2 specifically being anywhere averaging 16 to 20%, though our goal is higher. So to your point, some areas are much, much lower, specifically in District 2. So you'll hear me say that all the times, and I know the teachers are doing a great job trying to exercise or work with these kids under extreme conditions. But I wanted to add, what I wanted to talk about was, we talked about the BOY, the end of year, MOY, et cetera, all the acronyms. And I just want to ask my colleagues and everyone that our audience, our targeted audience, should be parents. And I'm just concerned that even those that are tuning in at this late hour, understanding what the board is doing is not comfortable with some of the verbiage that we're utilizing. In order for them to buy in, to help navigate their children, we've got to speak in terms that are sufficient so that our target audience, which of course our children's parents, can understand it. We've talked about 42% of students failing in the schools with 2 or more classes. And so what I'd like to ask is that what are the processes that are in place to notify the parents of these children's failures in any category as they're failing, be it 1 class, 2 class, 3 classes, etc. What are the processes that the district is using to notify the parents?
So notification includes a progress report mid-cycle. So it's cycles are 6 weeks. And so there's that mid-cycle time that they're doing the notifications around the grades. Parent Connect, parents can sign up to be able to access, and we've actually provided district-wide emails, call-outs. We've provided sessions on how parents, walking them through how to set up their Parent Connect account. And then the teachers have structures set up in place how they when they notify parents about students' progress. And then we also have the report card, the report card that's administered every 6 weeks also.
Thank you. And I just want to, I guess, I know I'm running out of time. I would change my grades on my report card. So I'm just wondering, is there a process that we ensure that our kids, a follow-up, a secondary way, we realize that the parents are notified that these children are failing? Because again, ultimately, we're trying to improve each child's learning experience, to improve that low District 2 experience compared to others. Because that was an excellent question, Professor Guidry. Thank you.
And so report cards, I was waiting, report cards are digital, like I said, and then there's Parent Connect where parents can check. So you should not, and then we do still do the hard copy, so you still might be able to write on it, but the real copy is in the digital format.
It's happened to computers these days.
All right. Trustee Allen said she doesn't have any questions this round. I'm going to put aside Lone Star governance. It's a strange year. Can you tell me, how are our kids doing?
Our kids are not doing well. Our children, kid is a billy goat, number one. Our children are not doing well, and our children are not doing well because of the fact of the emotional trauma of being in a pandemic. And that goes to staff members, and then all of the academic and state and federal mandates that are still in place. And I own it. As the leader of the district, we're all still trying to truly conduct business like things are normal when things are not normal. And so we still, like I said, we're administering the assessments, we're doing progress monitoring, and we're not taking all those things into consideration because, yes, we all have high expectations. Let's just be very honest. And we want all of our students to be successful. We want them to be able to realize whatever dream their parents have set for them, that when they graduate, they can go on to the next level. But I think we forget that. And part of, as you asked, I'm just being honest, that's very clear from even our conversation tonight. It's not like we're not progress monitoring, but I'll be honest with you, I wake up every day after I check in on the app and I worry about, are we going to have cases today? How many, that's our focus. Are our buildings clean? I know Ms. Jolivet has blocked me on her phone because I want to know about the cleanliness of our facilities. No, that was never my thought before March. It was always about academics, attendance. We're worried about those other pieces now, the social emotional pieces. I'm worried about children hoarding food to take home to their families. That's my worry and my focus. And Mr. Salazar will tell you, that was the question of the day. What else can we do without violating any rules as it relates to our food distribution to help get additional meals in our families' hands? So that's where we are. Our staff are not doing well. Our staff need, we need to push out additional information around EAP. People are, first of all, the holidays are already crazy times for a lot of people. Everyone's not happy about holidays based on the things going on in their personal lives. And then you couple that with a pandemic, couple that with not having social interaction and engagement. No one's doing well. Everyone's functioning, but we really should be focusing more on the social and emotional aspect. And we've done that. We've done well as a district to put in those additional resources, but that push, we have not backed off of. And I have to own that also as a leader.
So to that, knowing that we are in a system where our first graders, didn't get their full instructional year last year and are going to go on to second grade next year, that our second graders, same experience, but are going to go on to third, so on and so forth, that our juniors and seniors in high school are getting ready to finish high school, apply to college, go to college, that there are going to be certain expectations of knowledge that are going to be needed in each of the subsequent learning grades or spaces that our children are going to go on to. How are we knowing which of our kids and we can tell from the data that we're looking at in here from the preceding years, the kids were already behind, that we were already stagnant in many regards on our data. And so how are we identifying where are our kids who have fallen even further behind? Where are our kids who maybe are okay? Where are our kids that maybe are moving forward faster? Schools that maybe have figured something out in all of this mess that could be borrowed as an idea in a place that maybe things aren't going as well. What are you seeing in all these different things that we've asked about, that you have available as a superintendent to know social, emotionally, but also in some regard academically, especially as regards to literacy for our younger kids and readiness for whatever comes next for our upper grades?
Like I said, our students are still grouped in tiers, or as Trustee Bluford-Daniels asked us to do it in layman's terms. So we still have our students are on red. If a student is in a red group, that means that they either can't read, they're struggling academically. So our students, based on the data that we have, let's say the district level, let's use the beginning of the year, the boy. But then our principals and our teachers also have the classroom data, classroom observation, participation, the other mini assessments that teachers administer through our on-track system. So they have that data. But when we look at it collectively, from a standpoint of a superintendent and administrators, we're looking at percentages of campuses for our Achieve 180 campuses, what's happening as it relates to those campuses. But then also all the other campuses across the district where, like you said, students were already behind. So let's say a particular, let's use a high-performing campus. Maybe only 10% of their students were behind. Well, we know that that number probably has increased now to about 15 to 20%. So we still know, and schools are still reporting out on how students are doing academically. And so it's, and like I said, the Renaissance data is only one measure. I think from your standpoint, when you're saying, what are you, we want to know what you're looking at is, we look at it across various variables, and it's not a conversation that you have in a moment in time, because this is a part of our work. We're constantly doing that. We're constantly knowing how, asking the question of how do we deploy out supports to individual campuses. So that is our conversation 2 to 3 times a week in our various leadership meetings or our academics meetings and the school's office meeting. But like I said, we haven't shifted our focus as much as I would honestly admit to saying, okay, we've put a lot of demands on our teachers, a lot of demands on our principals, because we still have these goals to meet. And we haven't all paused to start thinking about, okay, we need to take a step back. And that's why I said it for the academic boot camps. One of the things, my quarterly wrap up with principals is the feedback of, okay, you know, how did this past quarter look? How did we support you? What else do you need from us in order to be successful? And that was one of the concerns is, you know, people are burned out. You all are still asking and asking and asking, but nothing is being taken off of the table.
So you mentioned something really important, at least from my perspective, of the things you're looking at things to determine how to deploy your supports to campuses, right? So is there, and as I listen to my colleagues, is there a way, Lone Star governance aside, I recognize we're in a unique time, that you can give us, that gives us an idea of like what you're looking at to determine, you know, because we're going to soon be coming up on budgetary decisions, whatnot. You're deploying, and resources aren't just dollars, they're time, they're talent, and you're deciding how to deploy these, as you said, supports. You know, what does that look like? Can you give us a picture of what that looks like to the board, what data you're looking at, how you make those decisions?
All right, so I'm going to be as diplomatic as possible. Work in progress. That's the work of the superintendent. That's the work of the chief academic officer. So, like I said, you have to trust me to do my job and my team to do our job and to provide you that information. When I'm presenting you the instructional continuity update, that's giving you a look into what we are doing and how does that look. Now, we can change that if you want additional information through that presentation. But some of it is understanding that when we meet, we're going through every department is presenting. Like I said, we are part of our weekly cabinet meetings, through our area superintendents and academics meeting. We're drilling down to individual campuses to find out what's going on. Everyone knows every day of the week, Phyllis Wheatley High School is a part of the conversation. What does Phyllis, what do they need? How are we deploying those supports? We're looking at budgets for campuses. If those campuses are under budget, how can we provide additional support? Teacher development specialists. They might be supporting one campus. We might have ad hoc people. We've added our data specialists. They go out and they support campuses. They might have a group of campuses. You might have one campus that needs a full-time support. Someone is helping them analyze that data. So they're doing that work. We look at the wraparound piece of what's going on a particular campus. One of our issues we've experienced, and people might not say, well, what does that have to do with academics? Is when we look at issues around crime, issues around the security of a building. We've had some issues there. We look at also some of the referrals that come in as it relates to, we haven't had a lot as it relates to discipline, but there are some social emotional things that might come up. And then how are we deploying those services? It might be the crisis team. It might be a social worker providing those different supports. Or we also look at the academic supports. Is it going to be this particular tutoring group, or is it a different tutoring group? So we're asking those questions to the academics department, the school's office, and then to individual campuses. When we are providing the professional development, like I said, principals are sharing and presenting. They have that time to do that. We also have our area offices. But when we quarterly look at every campus across the district, that is a part of the responsibility of the area superintendents and the school improvement officers, is to present to me where are we as a district and how are we progressing. We were doing that pre-COVID. That's been going on for years in all of my positions. And so that still continues. But as a board, those questions should be coming through the presentation, but you also have to trust that the work is occurring. And if the work were not occurring, we would not be a B-rated district. Now, do we have some areas that need to grow? Yes, and we own those areas. We know special education is an area of needed improvement, but some progress has been made, and we'll talk about that more in a future workshop. But we have a lot of things, and I said this earlier to the board, a lot of things we have to undo from the past in order to move forward as a district.
Okay, round two, Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Tygard. And Dr. Lathan, thank you for that beautiful speech. It was much needed to hear. I know a lot of community members have said that this board is tone deaf because the pandemic is going around and we're acting like nothing is happening. I hear from employees across the district, students, teachers, parents, principals, hell, some SSOs and area superintendents, that these snapshots and DLAs shouldn't be happening right now. And I'm going to ask you a question, Dr. Lathan. It might be difficult for you to answer, but I want you to be honest. As the leader of our district, would eliminating the over-testing, specifically snapshots, DLAs, help improve the morale and academic support of our students and teachers and principals? And you.
Well, and so like I said, you know, this is where every year we have this same conversation, and you ask this question probably a couple times a year, that I don't, and like I said, I don't believe pre-COVID that we are over testing, because you have to use that information to make the informed instructor. You asked me the question.
Let me rephrase my that question. Would eliminating the snapshot DLAs help improve the morale and academic support of our students and teachers? And forgive my messy handwriting. Just right at this time, since there is a global pandemic and business is not as usual. So pretend I've never asked this question ever in my life, Dr. Lathan. And right now, could this, if I were to make a motion right now to suspend testing for the remainder of the school year, would that help you, our students, our teachers, our principals? Would it help you focus on what you have to focus on now today, every day when you walk into Hattie New White?
And I'm going to say no, and because you got to go and listen to me for a minute. Hear me out. It's not about it's not about so much saying, okay, let's suspend everything across the board, and it's about the board though understanding that there are different ways to approach this work and what we need to do. And I'll go back to even the emergency constraints and how we looked at things. So it's not so much saying, because here's the catch. So we're still going, the state says that we're still going to, students are still going to take the STAR in the spring. And we should, because we want to know how our students are doing compared to their peers across the state. So I truly support that decision. But I think it's not the disconnect. The concerning piece for me is, yes, because of the fact of, and I did say some of this in October when we were going through this goal-setting process, that there were some concerns. And I know that the state is still requiring, and maybe they'll change that as it relates to House Bill 3. And so we are going to, the pressure's going to stay on regardless, unless some other things change at the state and federal level. I'm just saying there has to be some understanding of how we approach it. So schools will choose, let's just say we say no DLA, no snapshots. Well, first of all, the snapshots is only like 10 questions. So it's not really, and it's about the measuring how students are progressing as it relates to the TEKS. It's the longer assessments I know that people might have necessarily have an issue or concern with. But the snapshot it's really, and back in the day we used to call it a quiz. So, and I know we still have quizzes. So I'm not going to say that just suspending that is going to relieve. There are a lot of things that we need to do that we could do a better job around. But I'll still go back to understanding that the work is happening, trusting that the work is happening, that the questions that need to be asked are being asked, and from that standpoint.
Okay, so, and again, just from what I hear, teachers are saying they're taking more instructional time because kids don't show up, or they do show up, and that half of them show up one day and then not the next. So they're having to carry over that 10, 12 question quiz or snapshot, and it is taking longer. And it's very frustrating for our students. So in that respect, the snapshot of the DLA, suspending that or making it less of a priority for our principals and teachers, like, if they take it, cool. If they don't, like, don't stress out. You know, you don't have to administer it the next class day or whatever. Just relieving some of that pressure that our teachers and principals are feeling right now, and you could help you focus on the new everyday tasks that were our new reality. So I don't know where I stand with you. If there's another round, maybe keep back to it. Thank you.
Trustee Cruz.
Okay, I'm going to move because I can't see Dr. Lathan. It's driving me crazy, that little plant thing. It's beautiful, but so I have a couple of questions. Is it possible, okay, so we had talked about getting the data disaggregated by subgroups, and there's that chart that we keep seeing. Are we going to see that in the next monitoring? You know what I'm talking about? The one you stood up and you showed us last time that Trustee Hernandez keeps referencing to?
You'll see that, actually, you will see it in January when we bring the House Bill 3 data back. Yes, because remember, we're pulling all that together, so you're going to see it from a district perspective, and you're going to see it by the campuses.
Perfect.
So that is actually January. Yes, ma'am.
Yay. Okay. My second question is, we're looking at special education students with our goals. Is it possible to get, I know you're going to be like, no way, but is it possible to get it disaggregated by idea categories for the students?
We have, and actually we present that we've presented that before in the workshop. She's just asking about the disability categories. We've presented that not this year, last year. Yes, but so let me. It will come in future things. So let me say this, and I'm gonna move back to the question. Is we have 1 week before the district is shut down for 2 weeks. I am not asking any staff member to work over the break. So that information will not be ready for the board the first week of January. So I'm being very honest. We have to be fair to everyone.
Absolutely.
But we have presented that information, and I'll show you. I'll pull up a previous presentation.
Okay, that would be great. And it's more like a long-term question. I don't want anyone to work over the break. Please no. And then my second question is, I'm curious, I think a lot of the things that we were doing pre-pandemic weren't necessarily getting the kids where we wanted them to be, right? You've admitted that, we recognize that. What are you doing that you feel like is different or innovative, and obviously everything's different because it's virtual for the most part, right? But what do you feel like your administration is doing that is different and that you have faith in terms of helping kids, even if it's a teeny bit this year?
I mean, the additional time that's being afforded as it relates, and it's the piece, the face-to-face is going well for the students who are coming in face-to-face and that they're even participating after school. The virtual piece is trying to get students engaged and providing additional enrichment opportunities. One of the things today, like at Gregory Lincoln, they were doing virtual, they were baking cookies either face-to-face or virtually. And so the schools are using different ways to try to engage students. But I'm not going to, so two words that are used, I think people use a lot, equity and innovation or innovative. Right now we're focusing on the equity piece. Like I said, we did that by accomplishing the goal of every child receiving the device that needed one, every child receiving a hotspot, feeding children, trying to get them online. As it relates to innovation, we haven't done as so much of creating new programs and stuff other than things that we could do virtually, like the Alice program, but innovative where you're getting into creativities and additional project-based learning type activities. We haven't done that. And because so much of the focus has been how do we get students in school, how do we keep them engaged, How do we support those students that still can't read in small group instruction when they're in a virtual format? And so we're trying to strengthen the areas. Like you said, there were some things that were not working pre-pandemic. We're focused on trying to improve those, but the focus is also on trying to teach students to read, to get them engaged, catch up those students at the high school that are still behind.
So I guess in terms of, like you mentioned, getting kids to read, and that's a huge deficit in our district. So what are you seeing happening, virtually or face to face that you feel like is helping?
We have the reading programs and intervention strategies that are available to our teachers and principals of our schools. If we use it and implement it with fidelity, it's working. Sometimes we think we need to bring in all new programs. You don't. There are some true things that go back 50, 60 years, and I'm not talking about anyone's age, either virtually or in this room, that worked when we were taught to read. And we're going through that now with our reading academies, teaching teachers the science of teaching reading. We got away from that. It's just like 10 years ago, we got away from, now we call it career education. It used to be vocational education. And you see it's coming back around again. Now we're focused on level 1, level 2 certificates. And so what I'm seeing is the schools that truly follow the prescribed academic course or program that we provide, we're seeing the success, and we've seen that with our Achieve 180 campuses. Some of them are not where we want them to be, but I guarantee you, had we moved on through the semester, those schools that were F-rated status, they would have shared that F-rated status. It's but there's an intense focus on the professional development, the monitoring piece, the follow-up piece, the extended day that we provided for teachers at those campuses. And then back to even Trustee Dygard asked that question. Some of our campuses have benefited from different types of grants from the state. As those campuses roll off, and I'll give you an example of Blackshear Elementary School. Part of our quarterly discussion is, okay, Blackshear, this is it for their TIPS grant, T-TIPS grant, is how are we going to support them, because they've had an extended school day now for 5 years. And they've been successful by having that extended school day for students and staff. See, Achieve 180, although they were previous to Achieve 180, they graduated, it's just for teachers, right? But they had the extended school day, and that has helped contribute to their success. So those are the conversations is, okay, we're doing this at Blackshear. Now, how do we replicate this? And then what other campuses could benefit from this support? And that's what we're doing differently. There used to be just a focus because we had to catch up those Achieve 180 campuses of pouring all these supports there. But some of the supports that have been provided to our Achieve 180 campuses over the past several years, we're spreading those out. That's why we have DDIs, our data-driven instructional specialists across the district. They're not only supporting Achieve 180 campuses, but each area has so many people that are supporting them, or our teacher development specialists. So we've looked at providing those resources and deploying the staff to support them in a different way. So that's one thing. I'll stop and see if you have another question first.
Do I still have time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I do appreciate the examples. My last question, the Reading Academies, is this the first year or second year?
First year of a Reading Academy because of the House Bill 3.
So do we have any idea the results of those? Is it too early to tell?
Not necessarily the results. We can provide you with the overview. I know Trustee Villaseca asked me about that actually the other day. And most of the feedback goes back to what Trustee Santos and other trustees have said. It's just all the extra requirements that are still in place. So it's not that it's not quality training. It's just like, oh gosh, we still have to do this. And we're still doing all these other things also.
So is it in addition to like a regular curriculum, or does it take place of? I know I've asked you this before, so because the way you're describing it sounds like something extra. So I'm trying to. Well,
the teachers are receiving the training now. Our kindergarten teachers are receiving the training,
okay.
And so based on the training that they use, they'll take those concepts and skills and integrate and utilize them in their classroom. So it's really professional development, but it's another layer of professional development that's required this year.
It's the additional training that puts
Yes.
the extra burden. Okay,
Yes.
Understood. Okay, yes. Thank you so much.
10 days of training.
Okay, and it's like spread out?
It's spread, yes, okay. It is spread out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Trustee Hernandez.
Dr. Lathan, there's some research out there saying that a lot of the students who have been coming to face-to-face instruction are actually not losing their reading abilities. I know that this data is skewed, right, because of what y'all presented, but is that what your observation is overall?
Not necessarily that they're not. I agree, because they're still getting that interaction, and some of the classes are, class sizes are smaller because more students are, online, as opposed, just like kind of tonight. Some of the trustees are at home online, and some are here, and so those students that are getting that more face-to-face interaction with teachers, they are doing better.
Seeing no further trustees in the queue, we will now vote on A2. Oh, sorry, Trustee Flambeau-Seca. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for coming back around. I'm curious if there's any... So if you pull out like the Connections Academy, which is our virtual program that we have here in the district, if you look at that compared to our virtual students, are you seeing any differences, trends about the same, or they might have students that were more accustomed to being in that kind of instructional setting? Like, so I'm it's just curious as to, what the data could be telling us from that perspective, and if we've worked more collaboratively with them, or the same, based on trying to get online and get all of this going in the short amount of time that we had to in that emergency situation back in March, and evolving into now.
So we haven't looked at to compare our virtual data to Texas Connection. I mean, you pointed it out very clearly. Most of the students in previous years, and even currently, it's a different type of student. That's why they've chosen, based on whatever their circumstance is, to be in a virtual platform, and that's why some of those students, that's a more successful platform for them. And so we haven't looked at it from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
And they have some other requirements also that they're able to put in, so I want to clear that up, because I think that's a great question that you asked. There are other requirements that they can ask for if you're going to participate in a virtual format versus how we've structured. You think about it from a public standpoint, although it is an in-district charter school, there are different pieces and components that they can require of parents that we do not make it as a mandated requirement.
Okay, thank you. I also have a question, just like as far as the format is concerned, when students are asked to engage in the BOY or the MOY and the computer adaptive renaissance system, are there instructions as far as like guidelines for students should be engaging in this platform, only students without the help of parents? And if so, is it also in multiple languages?
So yes, we share as far as his, how it should look. But, we are all parents. We all want our children to be successful, and sometimes, and then honestly speaking, some of it parents still, and you can send out that communication, they didn't see it as I don't want to use because it's standardized test or something like that. It was just, this is part of what they were required to do. So. Okay,
thank you. And then the last question that I have are like supports for learning coaches / parents / caretakers / helper for those that are supporting their students at home. I know at the beginning of the year, and I know that there was training that HISD put out. There were videos to help support your student in the classroom to be successful, whether it's in person or virtually. Are there ongoing supports for parents too, or second or third classes that you can take to provide additional supports?
So that was our great question. That was our introduction to virtual learning course that was available, and it's still available to parents. We have not created a new course or a different course. but that is still an option that is available. As it relates to the supports that are needed, those supports normally come through, our wraparound specialists or our counselors on the campus. But I'll tell you, we have students, and I've received, and they'll tell you, Teams messages from students that will share they're having these concerns, and then that's referred back to the principal for follow-up. And so those supports, or if we hear from parents, we're providing those additional supports. But no new course has been created, but we'll make a note to talk about what other options we could provide for second semester at our academics meeting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Latham. That's all I have.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, President Dygard. Okay, a couple of questions. Well, an observation, actually, because we're talking about the students who are home learning virtually, and that's why I asked you that question about the TV lessons and the feedback from that, because I just think that would actually help them and the parents. And that's the type of thing that could be utilized at any time of the day. So those lessons could be at 7:30 after dinner, or, and so if we're going to move into this new frontier where we're going and where we have to be, would that be something that we can maybe beef up and get that ready to go?
Yes, and so and it's another part that I left out. Thank you for coming back to that. So we are, like I said, we're constantly adding to that bank, but also our teachers record their lessons, and so students and parents can go back and record the lessons from their individual teachers. Also, our teachers have office hours, which is a part of what was the requirement for our asynchronous, and the plan we had to submit for the state in order to operate in this virtual and face-to-face environment, is they build in those hours in that time. And so students and parents can actually connect with the teacher during that office time, and then the teacher can say, okay, this lesson is available, you can pull it, but there are lessons that they can retrieve at any time during the day or night.
Okay, because we have to do something to help our virtual learners. Mm-hmm. Okay, so then when it comes to the voting, let's say we don't approve this progress assessment. Is there another assessment? Is there something else how are the children going to be assessed?
So, a great question. You're approving to receive the report. Okay. The assessments continue whether or not you approve this report. Okay. So the assessments, I think that's a great question. They're determined at the district level. These are the type of assessments. This conversation actually started around the screener when the board was developing their original goals about 4 years ago of what tool do we want to be able to provide to the board to give them provide them a global view, but you're just approving the report.
Okay, so our approving this report doesn't change if we approve it or don't approve it. It's still going to occur.
It doesn't stop the work.
Gotcha. Nothing further. Thank you.
Trustee Sung?
Well, first I want to say thank you. Okay, you go sit over here, okay? All right. The work has never been harder than it is this year. Imani, you take this, okay? Go, okay? And I know there's a lot more. I know there's a lot more we need to do to support our children this year than ever before. And so thank you. I know you're carrying a lot of weight there. The second thing I want to ask is, I don't have it in front of me, but you've sent us previously a timeline. Hey, sweetie. No, I will email you the question.
Example of what goes on at home during instructional time.
All right, seeing no further trustees in the queue, thank you to my colleagues for all of your questions tonight, and thank you, Dr. Latham, for giving us more insight into where we're at and how our kids are. All righty, so now we are going to vote on receiving this report. The motion and the second have already occurred. Sorry, I'm trying to, there we go. All right, so please vote.
Oh, you just press the thing on the side. No, you're right. You're right. So you will. You can, yeah, you just press whichever one you want to.
Okay.
And then it'll pop up on the screen once you push the button. Oh, they get it.
We've been using, Trustee Goodry, and some of us have lost them over the last several months, just these red and green paddles or thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah. Eight in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. Item passes. We are ready to move to the agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that the attachments to agenda items I2, J1, and L1 were revised. New attachments were also added to J1. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion.
There's a message in the chat.
Yes, you may. I was thinking the same thing and then forgot. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. It is 8:06, so we're going to come back at 8:11. Try maybe make it 8:10 if you can.
Well, this baby's gone.
Okay, we are now ready to move to the agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that the attachments to agenda items I2, J1, and L1 were revised. New attachments were also added to J1. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in board policy BBFA local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion. Each month, all action items begin on the consent agenda. If a trustee would like an item held from consent, they need to notify the District Chief of Staff, Sylvia Trin, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the voting meeting. The trustees required the following items to be held from the consent agenda. Agenda item I1, project number 18-05-17, RFP, carpet, wood, and other flooring services, maintenance, and repairs. Do I have a motion?
This is to vote on just that
one part of that one.
So moved.
Agenda item.
Trustee Cruz.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh. Okay.
I didn't touch mine.
Abstention. She's abstaining.
Sorry, I pressed the button forgetting that they're not working.
You can just do it. You can just do it.
Just thumbs up, or if you're abstaining, just do nothing. Eight in favor, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Motion passes. We are now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? If not, please vote. So Trustee Guidry, yeah, just let Vermeil know.
Just do thumbs up.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Motion carries, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the agenda review meeting held on December 3rd, 2020, and special meetings held on December 2nd, 7th, 8th, and 9th, 2020?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Trustee Sung?
I move to amend the minutes from agenda review last Thursday, December 3rd, to note, to reflect that I was late, but not absent. So I did arrive at 6:04 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
Any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, please vote. We're voting on the motion to amend with the language that Trustee Sung just put forth. Eight in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Now we're voting on the minutes unless there's any further discussion about any of the minutes. And I see no trustees in the queue, so now we're voting on the minutes as amended. Eight in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Motion passes. We are now ready to consider items discussed in closed session, and I'm holding agenda item B3 until after we're done with voting on everything. We're now ready to consider items discussed in closed session. Are there any motions? It's okay.
So sorry. Okay. I move that the board authorize the district's attorney to settle the matter of Nader Ramadi versus Jamel Morris and Houston ISD in the 334th Judicial District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2019-52490, on the terms discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
Please vote. Motion passes, 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next motion.
I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to settle the matter of Pedro Valderas versus Houston ISD et al. In the 234th Judicial District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2019-69491, on the terms discussed in closed session, effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
Please vote. Eight in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Motion passes. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the subrogation lien of Cecil Collins against Mario Garza and Progressive Insurance for workers' compensation benefits. Progressive Insurance claim number 185975839, on the terms discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Santos.
Please vote. Nine in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to settle the special education matter of SE, BNF, NME, and CE versus HISD TEA docket number 333 SE 0820, on the terms discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
Please vote. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. Motion passes. Next motion, please.
Oh, sorry. I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to settle the special education matter of KH-BNF WL versus HISD TEA docket number 301 SE 0720 on the terms discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Eight in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. 2 opposed? 2 opposed. Motion passes. Next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the district's attorneys to settle the special matter of VR, BNF, DR, and CR versus HISD TEA docket number 188 SE 0220 on the terms discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Nine in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next item, please.
Those are all the motions. Oh, wait, no.
Is there another one?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Santos, second.
Please vote. Seven in favor, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. That was the last one, trustee?
No, I'm sorry, there's one more. I didn't realize there was a second page.
Sorry. Oh, okay, so trustee Flynn-Villaseka says she's an abstention. Six in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention. Motion passes.
I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, approve end of term terminations of probationary contracts, that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, that the board approve issuance of 4th-year probationary contracts, and that the board authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to provide notice of same, that the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective December 11th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Santos, second.
Please vote. Seven in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. Motion passes. Next item.
That's everything.
That's everything. Awesome. Thank you. Alrighty. I held for discussion agenda item B3, discussion of police function and next steps. So We had an ad hoc committee this year. Trustee Bluford Daniels was the chair. Trustee Hernandez and Trustee Sung also served on this committee for the purposes of planning a workshop to learn more about the police function in HISD. Most of this was predicated by the George Floyd murder, and just wanting to make sure we understood, since we have our own police force, what their role was, how they were operating, ask questions of the administration, hear concerns from the community. That committee planned that meeting. We had that right before Thanksgiving, correct, trustees? And so now we're going to discuss next steps of that. How we want to move forward as a board. I know there were some policy questions that evening. There were some questions about other voices that we may want to hear from. So I just want to open it up to the board to discuss how y'all might want to proceed with next steps in this conversation, next steps in any recommendations or actions that you may want the full board to consider. Now, we're not voting on anything tonight, but just I'd like to hear from you on what next steps you guys would like to take. And so let's do, a round of 2 minutes and see where we are. Trustee Santos.
Hi, thank you, President Dygard. I would like to see the minimum that the collaborative asked for be put on the agenda. I think Chief Lopez said that they're ready for that, but simultaneously hearing the community. So Trustee Bluford Daniels bring back or maybe a representative from each district, a panel of community members where we can hear what really goes on in communities and around schools, so that we understand the roles fully of what police officers do for our communities or don't do for our communities.
So you're wanting to have another workshop with a panel of one community member from each trustee district?
Simultaneously putting on the agenda the minimum of what the collaborative asked for. The three things, the not having pepper spray, oh my goodness, the not interrogating students without a parent present, and I can't remember the third one. I have it written down somewhere. Actually, it might be in my notes. But I think we can do those. The minimum that the collaborative asked for, and engagement that Trustee Bluford Daniels asked for.
And Madam President, as the chair, I'd like to interject before we finish taking questions and comments, because I'd like to interject for those people that were not there. Though we had the workshop, and there was some concern, and I have to admit, I freely admit, the concern was, first of all, how many trustees have met with the chief to know that what his overall plan for the district and for HISD police is? And then secondly, Dr. Muhammad was mentioned as a person who had worked with the chief. And so that's why I thought we could get, as Trustee Santos said, several of the people, maybe teachers and principals as well, to have a few, not a big panel, but have some input as to the necessity of CSOs or not, as well as the fact that he worked with them for the de-escalation process. And so just to preface all the further conversation, even though we had the committee, we had the training, and we had the workshop, I left personally unsatisfied, that I felt like very, very plainly that some of the presentation was biased. And so that's why I expressed my concern. So I just wanted to give everybody, for those that weren't present, an idea of where we are, in addition to the fact that we had the George Floyd incident and people are constantly calling for police reform. So thank you.
So Trustee Bluford Daniels is chair of that committee that was tasked with creating that workshop, to find, so that the full board could hear from Chief Lopez. And you guys, chose who those panelists were going to be and what the structure of that workshop was going to be. What I'm hearing from you and Trustee Santos is wanting an additional workshop for things that weren't covered in the first one that you planned?
Exactly, because when we met with presenters, it was presented under one umbrella as a group. Though there were various agencies, but it was presented under one umbrella. So yes, ma'am, that's exactly what I'm saying. But perhaps even not a long workshop, but some follow-up before we start addressing local policies.
So I'm going to open it up for just this one query to the rest of the trustees. So we've had one workshop. I'm hearing a recommendation for a second workshop with additional conversation that committee chose not to cover in the first workshop. So additional workshop. Colleagues, I'd like to hear from you all on, do you want to have another workshop on this? And if so, then this committee, you guys have another planning meeting like you did before. And what I think would be helpful to the board is for you all to outline exactly, here's the outcome that we're looking for from this workshop. Here's here's who we're inviting to speak. Here's the information that we want from the administration. And maybe if that agenda is more clearly articulated, just so we only have one more workshop and we're not continuing this before we can come back and have recommendations to the board, if that is the pleasure of you all. So if we can focus on responding to this recommendation of having an additional workshop. Trustee Hernandez?
I wasn't finished.
Oh, sorry, Trustee.
Over. Yeah, so just like I was saying before, what the collaborative work entailed didn't step on anybody. Like I said, Chief Lopez stated in the meeting, like all of those were good practices, like not having our kids interrogated without a parent, not pepper spraying it. Like those three things that they asked for were absolutely reasonable. So there's no reason why that shouldn't simultaneously happen. We'll start changing policy now. That's what we're elected to do. And still gather additional input so that we can make this a long-term plan and make sure we're focusing on students and educating students, not incarcerating them. Thank you. Okay.
So the second thing I'm hearing is the committee, in addition to planning this second workshop, the committee, and David, I don't know I know Lisa worked pretty closely with us in our last workshop and the planning for that workshop, how board members can the board members send to Lisa suggestions for policy revisions? And Trustee Sung, remind me, do you remember what policy it was? CKE local. Recommending, and actually Lisa had said that policy changes to that really should bubble up from the administration based on feedback from the board. So what process would you recommend for that to happen? It doesn't sound like from Lisa that it should be the board sitting there revising it. It should be the board asking the administration, and then it bubbles up from the administration. Am I understanding that process correctly?
Madam President, you are understanding it correctly. Typically, your policies, you may conduct workshops, you may get input. Obviously, the administration will participate. They will hear the discussion. They will bring recommendations for any policy revisions to the board. It then is the board's prerogative to accept those proposals. You can certainly amend them, make changes to what is presented. That's absolutely the board's prerogative. It's your policy. But I think if you have specific thoughts around the policy that you want the administration to be considering, I would suggest you send those to the superintendent as individual board members, and also, just to keep Lisa and I in the loop, copy Lisa.
Okay.
And don't discuss them obviously among yourselves. I mean, we need to make sure that any discussion with a quorum of the board occurs in public. But I think that would be an appropriate way to get the process started. The administration and Lisa and I can certainly assist as needed. Can craft something that will then come back to the board for consideration, approval or amendment by the board as the board desires.
Okay. All right, so let's see, we had Santos Hernandez.
I agree with Trustee Santos that we should implement the 3 strategies that the collaborative put forward. If we do have another workshop, then I would just want to understand what the goal of the workshop is. Are we going to have more strategies that we would want to, or policy changes that are going to be suggested?
Is that a question you have for your colleague, or just the...
That's a question that I have for Trustee Bluford-Daniels.
Trustee Bluford-Daniels, you want to answer Trustee Hernandez's question?
Well, we won't know. And to David's point, even with sending information to Lisa, with 9 trustees, then we could have 5 different things that we want to concentrate on. So I think that would be a good process if we all could look at them collectively before we sort of like you say, Sue, put them in a bucket, decide and prioritize what is important policy wise. To your question, Dunny, I think again I say, and that I think everybody needs to hear from everyone. And I guess I refer the question back to everyone. Has anyone spoke with Chief Lopez to find out what his plans are for the district going forward, since he was just sworn in, 4 or 5 months ago? So I know he's changed some things. So I just asked by a show of hands who's spoken to Chief Lopez to find out what that is, those changes are before we start trying to process and set policies.
So in addition to the presentation that Trustee Lopez gave to us, we would have had to, I mean, Dr. Lathan, we're not just talking to your staff whenever we want to talk to your staff, correct? So I respect that of Dr. Lathan, you know, and how she has asked for us to interact with the staff. So I have not reached out directly to Chief Lopez. The information that this trustee has is based on the public presentation that he gave in the board workshop.
Even with that, with Dr. Lathan, has anyone reached out to you to even ask about contacting or speaking with Chief Lopez to find out what his plans are as the new chief of HISD?
No one has reached out, but I'm under the impression we're using the venue of board meeting / workshop so that all trustees hear the same message. And so that was why he presented at the workshop last month. But I want to keep it that everyone receives the same information at the same time.
And I understand that. I just want to make sure that when we start processing or we start making plans to address policy, that we hear from a level playing field from all parties. Again, I say that when the presentation was made and sent to us, it was sent as a collaborative group. And so under one umbrella, if I had known that it was going to be something different, and I do, be honest with you, I took exception to one individual that seemed to have an opportunity to air their grievances as a representative of people who had been suing the district. So I don't know if I'm probably not supposed to say that, huh, David, or he's gone. But anyway, so with that, I thought it was skewed. The information was biased, as I stated before.
Does that answer your question, Trustee? Oh, sorry, David.
No, I'm here, and Trustee Bluford-Daniels, obviously it's the board. It's your workshop. You can obviously hear all input and decide the weight or consideration you want to give to different points of view. That's absolutely your prerogative.
Trustee Hernandez, did that answer your question?
Sure. My next question would be to Chief Lopez. The recommendations from the workshop that we had, I don't know, a month ago, Chief Lopez, was there anything, from what I remember, you were okay with the recommendations that the collaborative put forward? Am I remembering correctly?
I don't remember the exact 3 things we talked about. I know it was the pepper spray. I don't think any chief of police in the United States is going to agree that a small child should get pepper sprayed. The other 2, I have to look at my notes to try to remember them, but I welcome the opportunity to address those issues.
Thank you. Trustee Allen?
I was unable to attend the November. I was out of town. But I would, as an administrator, a past administrator, I would like to have heard from other administrators that have worked directly with HISD police in their schools, the ones that work directly with the HISD police. Did you all have any administrators present?
That would be a question for Trustee Bluford Daniels, who chaired that committee.
The answer is no, ma'am, we did not. And just like Trustee Santos suggested, perhaps we can get several people. We could come in and do a presentation for, I don't know, 3 hours. I know that the frown is upon having another workshop. I understand that. You guys know I'm constantly complaining about time. But I want to be fair in our summation in what we're trying to do to address local policies, because again, some schools and some places it's more necessary to have CSOs there than perhaps others. As we were meeting and having our workshop, I had a teacher send me pictures of kids going across the back fence at one of my high schools. So I want to be able to just open-mindedly address the concern and needs for CSOs in our schools, to have the dialogue amongst all 9 of us, 10 of us. I'm sorry, Dr. Lathan, Dr. 10. 7 with Dr. Chief Lopez.
Trustee Sung. Oh, wait. Sorry, Trustee Cruz. Wait, I don't know that Trustee Cruz was done.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to remember. Sorry, it's getting late. I do agree with Trustee Santos's point for us to address what the collaborative brought forward in our policies. And I feel like we're going to spend more time talking about whether or not to have a workshop than actually have the workshop. But I did want clarity on what is the outcome, like the intent, what is it that we want to accomplish? You know, because we can hear more people and get more information, but what is the purpose and the outcome that we want to achieve? That would help me understand.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
That's a good question. That's a good question, Trustee Cruz, because the outcome would be to have a better understanding of what policies we should address. As I started saying, we could all send in ideas. I mean, I think when Chief Lopez got sworn in, I told him if I hear of any kid get body slammed and pepper sprayed, I was going to be in his office along with some of my colleagues, advocates, raising all kinds of cane with the media. So it's not like I'm a proponent of that, but what I'm saying is I just want us to have an understanding of some of the inner workings that are going on at some of the schools, that people don't visit schools and may need more attention than others. But just to have a clear, unbiased opinion as we move forward with trying to determine where we should go as far as addressing some of the policies, curtailing them or deleting some or refining some, just whatever the case may be. Am I understanding, Madam Chair, that that's our objective, correct?
So that was the objective of the first workshop. So I guess we're
don't go there, because you didn't make that clear. Don't go there.
And Trustee Sung's next in the queue, but here's the thing: we had 2 planning meetings. One of them was 3 hours. One of them was an hour and a half. 2 planning meetings for the workshop so that we wouldn't have to do this again, and we could be already moving on to what policy changes we wanted. And so in hearing the questions of a couple of colleagues of what is the outcome, I want to make sure that this time, if you plan another workshop, you are the chair, that the three of you, and I intentionally put diverse perspectives of board members on this committee for the explicit purpose that we wouldn't walk away with it from that workshop with anybody feeling like it was biased. So I just want to know that that the next one is going to be the one where everybody's questions and concerns are addressed, where there are no concerns of biases, where all perspectives are shared this time. And I don't have a problem with that if that's how y'all want to spend your time.
And you're right. You and I had that conversation about the fact that perhaps the end goals weren't very clear when the committee was formed. And from our conversations, there became more clarity, especially after the presentations of the group we had to the workshop. Actually to the committee, and then Chief Lopez to the workshop. All I'm saying is, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it either, I understand we had marching orders, but they weren't real clear as to what our objective was. And I just want to make sure that everybody walks away, all the board members, with an understanding of what our policies are, number one, because Lisa gave them to us at one of the meetings, and then what we can change and what we cannot change. There were a lot of questions, obviously, people had that I think that would be important to address to people who have been in these schools trying to de-escalate situations, real troopers on the ground.
So the objective, if you have another workshop, is just as it was for the first one. What information from the administration does the board want? Whether it's from Chief Lopez or anybody, Dr. Lathan or anybody else. Of course, the requests go through Dr. Lathan, but what information from the district do trustees want to have? What information from community members does the board want to have? What, resolutions, policy changes, whatever that the board might want to consider, that then the full board would vote on at a subsequent meeting. Those are the objectives of this conversation. Same as the objectives were. Those are what the objectives were for the last one. So if that can be the objective of this next one, and y'all want to reconvene and plan that out this time, let's schedule it for early January. What remains is the question then of, do we proceed with policy, considerations before then, or do we wait until we have that second conversation? Trustee Sung is next in the queue, followed by Trustee Lynn Villaseca.
So the first thing I'd like to ask is whether all the presentations from the November 10th workshop can be emailed to all trustees. Of course, Trustee Guidry is new, but not everybody was there. And I don't think I even got a copy of it, even though I was there. I'd love to have a copy to reference. I think that would be helpful. I think board services did get a copy of the presentation. So there were 3 presentations at the November 10th workshop. I think we deliberately, so you were there at the Trustee Dygard, you were there at the planning meetings. We had to limit the scope. For a workshop, we went through 3 presentations. Lisa presented the policy background. Chief Lopez presented his plans. And then we had the Safe and Supportive Schools Coalition come and give their presentation. But I think, there were even things that we cut out, right, in planning that, knowing that you can only get so much done in one night before everybody, is exhausted. Hey, look, it's 9 o'clock. So I don't think it's a bad thing for the committee to have planned this workshop. The board hears the workshop, and then the board says to the committee, right, we'd like to hear from some administrators. We'd like to hear from some more diverse viewpoints. I'm supportive of that. I think that gathering some more information, I, for one, would love to hear from some students, actually, because, we didn't hear from them last time. I think that would be a good next step. And then, we'll have more information and we can proceed with the stated goal, Trustee Dygard, which is to decide whether as a board we want to undertake some more work or work with the administration. One thing I'd love to see the administration do actually is review our interlocal agreements with other agencies to make sure they really accord with our CKE local policy, which says that, all of our policing needs to be in support of district functions. I really want to make sure that's acknowledged in all of our interlocal agreements. So that's one piece that's not necessarily a policy change. It's just checking that, hey, like we have this policy, let's just check that everything that we're doing is really, in alignment with our existing policy. And then just, these have been referenced. What the group presented to us, those 3 recommendations that were discussed were 1, banning the use of force by police when interacting with students, 2, prohibiting police from questioning students without a parent guardian present, and 3, prohibiting police from arresting students on campus where there are no weapons or serious bodily injury involved. So I think just for those who weren't there, we keep saying, hey, these 3 recommendations, those were those. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sung. Trustee Flynn-Villaseca?
Yes, thank you. I'm also in support of having an additional workshop to hear more perspective from different viewpoints. I think the student voice would be great. Hearing from administrators would be great. Additional information from the police department community members, that would be great. Relational policing, all of that, I think it would be good to have all that information. I do, though, think that there should be some ongoing topic. I think that information will be used to inform some maybe changes in local policy. But I think that some of these things fit into other themes that we address as a district. So the function of the police department, of course, was safety. The function of the police department, or disrupting the school to prison pipeline and SEL supports. And is there a function, or what role does the police department play, if any role in that, right? Or does it exacerbate some things, if there are trends, right? I mean, there are just things that we might be able to learn from, and to have a broader focus on other areas that are very important to supporting the whole child in our district, understanding systemic racism, understanding that the school to prison pipeline is something that is real. I know that we have addressed it through policy in the past with as related to in-school suspensions and things of that nature, but are there other things that we need to consider as well?
So Trustee Bluford, Daniels, can you work with the ad hoc committee to schedule that? What do y'all think, by the end of January?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can come back and we can gather and discuss that. Absolutely.
Awesome. Oh, Trustee Hernandez.
So I support hearing from our students and our staff. I was an administrator in HISD who was CPI trained and used that very often while I was working. So I understand what goes on in schools. But I want to make sure that we are actually going to have a policy change. Like I think his name was John that spoke today. We've had this in the works for 6 months. This has been ongoing, pushback. I want to see something changing. I don't want this to be in limbo anymore. Like, if we're going to have a workshop in January, I want something to be put forward for there to be some type of policy change. Because from the last workshop, there was 3 recommendations, and they haven't come to fruition as a change. So after this workshop, I want to see some change in our policy, depending on what the board decides and what we hear from. But there's obviously some changes that need to be made that the chief already said he agrees with. So let's do this. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels, and I want to remind you all, trustees, we still have 13 speakers for hearing of the community. Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Chief, of the 3 things, and give us those 3 things that we brought forth again. I know no pepper spray, and what else was it?
It was, I guess, no pepper spray or banning the use of force by police when interacting with students. Number 2, prohibiting police from questioning students without a parent or guardian present. And 3, prohibiting police from arresting students on campus where there are no weapons or serious bodily injury involved.
And thank you. I just wanted to ask that so we could remind people so they have a chance to make those notes, because with that, I'd like to ask Chief, just real briefly, these three things that we discussed previously, have you already started to address those things? And what have you, real quickly, how? What have you done to address those?
Can you tell me the third one again, please? I'm sorry.
one was prohibiting police from arresting students on campus where there are no weapons or serious bodily injury involved.
So can we, our usual customary thing is we address Dr. Lathan, and then she will refer to a member of her staff. So if we can ask that question of Dr. Lathan, and if she wants her chief to ask, that's her discretion.
My apologies. No disrespect, because it was just my apologies.
So trustees, the workshop in November, I mean, it was over. There has not been any follow-up or additional information. We have not started working on any policy changes because we did not, as it relates to the workshop or a recommendation from the committee through the entire board of moving forward with any changes. And yes, those were recommendations that were presented at the workshop, but the entire board didn't say, hey, let's go forward and to look at that. That is not what I heard at that November meeting.
And you're right. Thank you for that correction, because I know that somewhere or another I thought that he, at some point, Chief Lopez addressed that we didn't use pepper spray, the schools. And so that's why I asked that question. But we're able to move forward, Madam President. I don't think we have anything else with this. Thank you.
Trustee Santos, and then if we could get on to our community members. Trustee Santos.
Just a couple of months ago, Chief Cordova was seen where Chief Lopez didn't say there are different systems. That is why we are an elected body to govern, to set policy, because that means that if someone else comes in, that policy is there to guide them. It is our values that go onto paper. It's not Thompson and Horton. It is a governing body's work. Like I said, I mean, I don't know. I really don't have a clear understanding. We're okay with these three as a baseline, but we're still going to have student, parent, community, principals input. I mean, we are the governing body. I am okay with these three, and Lopez said it himself last time that these are reasonable requests. I don't see why we cannot start working on them and stop playing lip service to everything else. We're here to make decisions for our students that are in their best interest. This is one of those things that a no-brainer. And we are not discounting anybody's voice. We're going to bring people in. So I just don't get why this is not something that we can work on simultaneously. So I'm just going to ask Trustee Geigard, who is not in favor of moving forward with the three basic things that would keep our kids safe? Well, who's in favor of moving forward?
I was gonna, we can't vote on this, but I was gonna ask Dr. Lathan for her, could you please talk to your chief, the three recommendations that the board has expressed, or members of the board have expressed this evening, and so that could be part of our discussion at the workshop. Okay. Is that fair, Trustee Santos? And then they can bring us recommendations for that?
Could we have the policy prepared and ready to go so we can vote on it that night if the board wills it?
We need to touch base with general counsel. We have to look at our entire policy. We'll have to do some looking first. I don't want to make a commitment.
So if general counsel, and it's okay with Dr. Lathan and general counsel, if everything is copacetic, could that be put the potential vote on that workshop?
Yes, but let the administration have their conversation first.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
All right. We've now come to the portion of our meeting where we normally hear from our community. We are glad that you have joined us online today. In response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, the Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center is operating at a reduced capacity and the board auditorium is closed. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from our community. In order to have your voices heard by the HISD Board of Education, you must have registered to speak with the Board Services Office by 9:30 a.m. today. Speakers should have left a telephone number when registering. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to board services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 13 members of the community who have registered to speak or submitted comments to be read aloud during this portion of the meeting. Comments should be limited to 300 words or 2 minutes each. Please refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. Abusive statements or threats of confrontation are not permitted. Any comments in violation of these guidelines will not be read. And turning it over to the administration to call our community members.
Our first speaker is Isabella Vasquez. Isabella, you may begin. Isabella Vasquez, you may begin.
Okay, good evening. I wanted to speak about something that has been largely neglected and ignored by most of the HISD administration and trustees. I wanted to speak about student voices on a district level. A permanent and stable platform for students to voice their opinions and thoughts, uncensored or regulated by the district, is a necessity for all school districts. Apparently, many of the trustees and even our interim superintendent are advocates for student voice. But where are they when the students really need them? I've seen the number of students that the interim superintendent can draw when HISD wants to talk about things such as school safety, but what about the issues that the students want to talk about? Where is the administration then? Why can't the administration of the biggest district in Texas allow the students to give their perspective on things and policies that affect them? The neglect of student voices on the district level is communicating to the students in HISD that their opinions only matter and are only of value when adults in power say so. With that being said, I would like to thank the trustees who have taken their time to talk to the students at the forefront of student voice in HISD. And we would also like to invite the remaining trustees and superintendent to hear us out. Welcome, Trustee Guidry. Thank you, and happy Hanukkah.
Thank you. Alexavier Mendoza. Alexavier, you may begin.
Good evening, Board President and Trustees. My name is Alexavier Mendoza, a freshman at Chavez High School. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the students facing challenges within our school district. This board and administration have failed to acknowledge the voices of our students. Students want their voice to be heard and not to be ignored. I want to thank Trustees Santos, Dygard, and Sugg for meeting with some students and myself. To the trustees that I did not mention, be ready for 2 student voice regulations to come up for a vote in January for the HISD Student Congress and for a student trustee. It's time students start to be heard and for this board to stop voting for themselves, but also listen to the students in their communities. I also hope that from now on, this administration and board stop spreading toxic vibes in reference to racism. We as students do not feel it, and for it to be continually brought up in the media and protest is wrong and only brings division where there is none at the moment. Dr. Lathan and trustees, expect emails from the students at the forefront of HISD student voice. We hope to collaborate with you all soon. Also, congratulations to Trustee Guidry on filling the vacancy in District 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Grace Kimberly. Sarah Grace, if you could mute the background, you may begin.
Okay. Hello, HISD Board. My name is Sarah Grace Kimberly, and I am a senior at the Kinder High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. I wanted to speak today because education is essential, and currently it is not being treated that way. The quality of education in this district is suffering. There are 2 problems I would like to address: asynchronous days and hybrid classes. Asynchronous class time and asynchronous days are wasteful. It's impossible to receive the same quality education in half of the class time or while we're going full days without being taught. Schools should not be receiving funding if we are not being actively taught. Logging into its learning should not count as attendance in school. It is a shame that we have lowered our standards to allow this. The other problem I would like to address is hybrid classes. Because in-person and virtual students are in the same classes, teachers are managing 2 separate classrooms, and one group is always favored regardless of the teacher's intentions. It is extremely difficult to focus on the teacher when they're behind a screen wearing headphones, speaking straight into a computer, never making eye contact with us students. Also, in several of my classes, teachers have forgotten to start online meetings because they're teaching students in the classroom. There are too many logistical problems with muting to have class discussions where everyone is included, and there are health problems caused by staring at a screen all day. I returned to school so that I could participate in discussions, engage with the teacher presently, and avoid screen-related health problems. Our current situation was a viable short-term emergency response, but it cannot continue in the future. I propose that students who choose a virtual education have separate classes from those in person or a separate virtual academy. Other school districts, such as Clear Creek ISD, have had success with this method, and it is a great way to maximize student engagement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Margaret Sweeney. Ms. Sweeney, you may begin.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You may. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Is it my... Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you so much, all of you, for your dedication to our children. I'm Peggy Sweeney, director of POCO, which is a nonprofit parent cooperative at Poe Elementary. We've been there since 1974, when the superintendent asked area families to start a preschool at Poe. In August, after 5 months of schools being closed, we received a letter postmarked May 29th saying that our partnership with Poe was ending and we needed to be out by June 20th, 2021. We searched for explanations. There wasn't a clue in any previous HISD board meetings. We had difficulty reaching any HISD representatives until October. In late October, we learned about a possible 1882 state-sponsored partnership with the district, but were unable to get an HISD sponsor before the October 31st deadline. We also learned that our eviction was purely an administrative decision. I've got to ask, where was the community involvement in this decision? Why weren't we notified more efficiently and cooperatively? We could have problem solved together. We know HISD needs pre-K, and we support that. We are a pre-K. We serve the Poe community. We provide reasonably priced child care for area families.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our school...
June Nixon. Ms. Nixon, you may begin.
Good evening. I'm June Nixon, and I'm an HISD parent, a former HISD teacher, and I'm also the president of the board of directors at Poe Cooperative Nursery School, known as POCO. My concern that I'd like to present tonight is in line with Peggy Sweeney's about the sudden dismissal of our school from our location at Poe Elementary. This was a decision that affected several preschools located in various areas of HISD, but to my knowledge, none of the HISD board members were involved in that decision-making process. I was able to speak with our new area superintendent, and it seems that he had no input either. Our untimely eviction notice was sent by the previous District 5 superintendent, who is no longer in that role. We received this notice at the beginning of this school year, and we're supposed to be out by the end of it. But our families signed up for a 2-year program before they're supposed to start an HISD kindergarten class. We are a well-achieving, highly recognized 45-year-old preschool that is supported by our community. We've been told that HISD needs preschools, and we are a preschool. Plus, it was just mentioned tonight that enrollment at HISD preschools is low, but we're being asked to leave to make room for more preschool space. I understand that HISD needs free preschools that can reach students who are ELL or low SES, and I fully appreciate that the students in those populations need the support of the district. but we feel that we can coexist and even partner with any preschool that is supposedly going to be established at Poe Elementary. It's a win-win situation for you because we reach a different population that is still vital to the elementary schools we feed into. We know that Poe is overcrowded and the time for us to give back our indoor space has come, but we're asking for permission to remain in our wonderful outdoor space with the addition of a temporary classroom purchased by our program.
Thank you.
I implore you to consider.
Annalise Fishman. Ms. Fishman, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Annalise Fishman. I'm the president of the board of directors for Beehive, a 47-year-old preschool program located on the campus of Westview Elementary. I'm also a parent of a current and former Beehive student. And like several before me, I'd like to speak about a decision made by HISD to remove Beehive and 8 other established, successful, and community-supported preschools from HISD campuses at the end of this school year. Over the summer, we received notice from Dr. James McSwain that our school must vacate the Westview Elementary campus at the end of this academic year. And after months of trying to make contact with Dr. McSwain and HISD for more information, Cesar Martinez eventually confirmed an initiative to provide more pre-K seats in the public school setting. He further confirmed that the plan is to have a pre-K in place for the upcoming 21-22 school year. Beehive was formed in partnership with HISD 47 years ago to fill a need in the community for preschool seats. So while we're pleased that HISD plans to use our current space for pre-K, we're disappointed that it can't continue to be in partnership with Beehive, and we're concerned by what appears to be a lack of planning on HISD's part. But perhaps more importantly, HISD's decision to remove established education from your students, coupled with a failure to launch HISD pre-K programming, would be a gross failure by HISD in the eyes of your constituents. To leave spaces currently educating your students with decades of dedication and passion unused or underutilized would be an insult to your constituents. I therefore strongly encourage the board to consider the commitment you've made to pre-K education and consider a path forward that doesn't leave spaces unused and a gap in education, and ideally allows us to further the partnership we started 47 years ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs, you can begin.
Failure to launch HISD pre-K.
I'm still hearing Annalise.
Will be a gross failure by HISD.
If you can mute your background and then begin, please.
Oh, my apologies. I was still hearing the previous speaker.
That's okay. Go ahead, please.
My name is Jennifer Jacobs. I am an HISD parent to 2 students, and I am the current director of Beehive Parent-Child Center. Much like the speakers before me, I'm here about the decision HISD made to remove 9 private preschools from HISD campuses at the end of this academic year. Per the letters we received and the subsequent conversations with HISD administrators, it would appear that HISD is committed to replacing pre-kindergarten services in these communities. I ask that the board and trustees know these communities are watching and waiting for HISD to fulfill the pre-kindergarten commitment, and a lack of doing so would really be seen as an arbitrary removal of established and valued pre-kindergarten education programming that HISD already has. Beehive Parent-Child Center in West University is one of these impacted schools. We provided an education to thousands of students over 47 years in West University and surrounding areas. And our cooperative model in particular has fostered a strong sense of community and engagement amongst our families. Please know our extensive alumni network is passionate about pre-kindergarten education and waiting to see how HISD repurposes the space we have so lovingly occupied. Lack of use or underutilization of space would really be an affront to your student population as you are actively removing education from HISD. I strongly encourage this board to be aware of the commitment that has been made to these communities that you are serving. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you may begin.
Yes, this is Dr. Lisa Johnson. I have a concern about the interim of the Dr. Latham. Why wasn't she the new superintendent? And also, I wanted to revive and reactivate my employment with HISD.
1 minute. 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 1 Thank you.
Thank you.
Nahara Demores, you may begin.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Brian Nahara Demores, and I would like to speak in partnership with Shiloh Miller, who will also be speaking this evening about ethnic studies courses implementation. We are a team of Rice University students focusing on addressing this issue in the board. We would like to commend the board on current efforts recognizing and supporting a majority Black and Brown district. And in researching how best to support these students, we came upon state and local initiatives regarding ethnic studies courses, such as with the TEA-approved African American Studies course this year and the Mexican American Studies course started in HISD, now with statewide approval and offering. We believe that the increased implementation of these courses is a crucial key to engaging all students in their collective histories and in individual learning. We are well aware of the fact that when students see themselves in their learning, they are more connected to the curriculum, more eager to engage, and more willing to apply themselves academically. Stanford research shows that students participating in ethnic studies courses saw a 21% increase in attendance and a 1.4-point increase in GPA. Given the current context of the Black Lives Matter movement and student disengagement caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we believe that right now is the perfect time to continue to take those next right steps and help students rekindle that love of learning through ethnic studies courses. We would like to ask you all as HISD board members to please be our champions and our leaders in increasing the implementation of ethnic studies courses from top down across the board. Currently, based on our external research, there are about 6 high schools offering ethnic studies courses in some fashion, some from these TEA courses and others through special topics and dual credit courses, 6 offering African American Studies courses, and 5 Mexican American Studies. This is only out of 38 high schools serving campuses where we believe much growth could occur. To increase the implementation of these courses, potentially they could serve as options for satisfying social studies graduation requirements, and instructional allotment funds can be made to use of offsetting these new costs. We thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing Shiloh's comments later on today. Thank you.
Thank you. Shiloh Miller. Shiloh, you may begin. Shiloh Miller, you can go ahead and begin.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Shiloh Miller, and I'm joined by my Rice University classmate, Brian, and we wanted to talk to you tonight about the importance of HISD increasing the implementation of racial and ethnic perspectives into curriculum. As board members, I know that you are all aware of the widening achievement gaps across the student population and especially disparities in performance across racial groups. But I want to quickly touch on some of these results that indicate an increasing disengagement of students. In HISD, 65% of high school students are at risk of dropping out, and the district has a 10% lower average graduation rate than the rest of the state. Furthermore, chronic absence data indicates that about 16 to 23% of students miss over 18 days of the school year, and as you all have been mentioning, enrollment is also dropping. These measures are indicative of a student body that is growing disconnected from learning, and as you know, these achievement gaps are especially wide across racial and ethnic populations. Despite being the largest racial and ethnic groups in the district, Hispanic and African American student populations have significantly higher dropout rates, lower college enrollment rates, and stark disparities in standardized test scores, indicating that HISD does not sufficiently engage these historically disadvantaged communities. The necessity to recapture both racial minority groups and the general student population into learning is increasingly important amidst the recent events surrounding the Black Lives Matter movement, which emphasizes systemic inequities in the COVID pandemic, which has disengaged students through remote learning. We acknowledge that the district has been looking for ways to address these issues, but we want to propose an initiative for greater implementation of ethnic studies courses because we believe it can effectively address these results I just mentioned, especially in the context of the current moment, which provides such a critical opportunity for re-engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll read the last 2 speakers that did not answer. I'm sorry, we have one more. Patricia Chambers. Ms. Chambers, you may begin.
Yes, I don't know if I need to say good evening, but I will. Good evening, HISD board members and Dr. Layton. My name is Patricia Chambers, and I'm a bus operator with the district for 23 years, working out of Boynette Motor Pool. Just to piggyback on what I previously submitted to the board service, there has been a threat from the General Manager of Transportation stating that he will do a conference of the record on me and send me home without pay. And because I'm not complying with his directive to participate in the on-site temperature check being done in the AM and the PM each day at Bunyan. I've asked the General Manager of Transportation for a copy of district policy authorizing them to demand that I comply to having temperature checks without my permission by strangers, knowing that it's impossible for temperature checkers to remain a safe distance of 6 feet to read my temperature. I am really fearful of that because that's non-household members or members of my family. And I feel that they will, I mean, it's just scary to me. I know we're in a pandemic. I get it. But the thing is, my rights are still being violated. I'm thinking that that's what's happening here. At the present time, I have not received anything from the General Manager. It's just fallen, my request has fallen a deaf ear. I did do an email to that effect. I'm asking the board members or Dr. Layton to provide me with a copy of district policy explaining the full meaning of management directives. And I just want to know who's checking the checkers' temperatures, because I don't see that being done with them. Thanks. Thank you all, and have a good night.
Thank you. David Zuhl. Good evening, Board President, Interim Superintendent, and trustee members. Today I come to speak on behalf of the students within the district who are in crisis facing challenges that undermine their opportunity for success. The students who voice their opinions to this board only for them to be ignored, and for the students who consecutively fail state exams yet continue to believe that this board cares about them and their voice. As leaders in shaping our education, you face a moral urgency to understand and respond to the challenges that students are experiencing, and to do so through addressing the unacceptable equity gaps present in our systems. But what I have witnessed is a complete disregard of student voice, participation, and activism. Many of you were present when the HISD Student Congress formed in 2015, and yet allowed it to decay into a shell of its former self, all while describing yourselves as advocates for student voice. I call it because you have had the opportunity to nurture student voice and pioneer the movement for student equity, and not only did you fail to do so then, but have failed to do so today, as you continue to reject the idea of a high school student trustee as described underneath the TEA Education Code. I call it because if you were true advocates for student voice, you wouldn't have allowed for this to happen and would be the first to push for student representation. Thus, I urge all of you to not only think about how a high school student trustee will impact the work of the board, but of the students who no longer believe in this board and will consider the option of dropping out of their education based on how this board acknowledges their voices. Kimberly Brill. The displacement of private, nonprofit preschools from HISD campuses and the negative impact this will have on schools and the communities they serve. These preschools funnel families committed to public education into the public schools in which they reside. These preschool parents go on to actively serve the public school they attend, sending ripple effects throughout the district. They support HISD with their time, talent, and resources. Without these private preschools to bring them in, these parents and their resources are lost to the district forever. That concludes the hearing of the community.
Thank you, Ms. Dimmitt. We are now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. And we are going to mix it up a little bit because people get mad when I always make them go first, understandably. So we're going to go alphabetical order by first name tonight. So starting with Trustee Sung.
I wasn't expecting that. Thank you so much. No, I'm good. Thank you for this year. I guess that's typical of a 2020 closing comments. I think that I'm incredibly grateful to my colleagues, to Dr. Lathan, to our teachers, to every HISD employee for everything that we're doing together to support our children, our families during this difficult time. Trustee Guidry, welcome again to the team. We're delighted to have the opportunity to work with you. I'm already learning from you and looking forward to continuing our work together next year. Happy holidays, everybody.
Trustee Hernandez.
I agree with Trustee Ann Sung. 2020 has been difficult. The staff, Dr. Lathan has been doing everything possible, and we are learning from everything that we are doing. Trustee Guidry, welcome. I'm excited that we are still a team of 10 females. So congratulations again, and everybody have happy holidays.
Trustee Santos.
Welcome again to Trustee Professor Guidry. You all have, it's been one day and it's already, as Trustee Sung said, we're already learning from you. So I hope you had a great first meeting. It's been a long one. But to my colleagues, we can do better. We are a governing body. We're elected to create policy, and we need to get it together. I love y'all, but our kids deserve us pushing policy, and that's going to benefit them. With that being said, I wish you the very best this holiday season. And to my students, teachers, parents, and people that have communicated to me, I tried. I'm sorry, DLA snapshot. Apparently, people love testing. So with that note, happy holidays. Today was my happy Hanukkah first day. So woo-hoo. Good night, y'all. I can barely stay awake. I'm sorry. Good night.
Trustee Flynn-Villaseca.
All right, first and foremost, I'd like to welcome again Trustee Guidry. It has been a long day. This will be the first of many for you, and I really look forward to serving alongside you and learning from you and working collaboratively with you, especially as we continue to embark upon a continued, hopefully this pandemic will end sooner than later, but these are newish territories, and there's a lot going on, and you've heard a lot and learned a lot, I'm sure, tonight. I want to offer myself, and I'm sure my colleagues, as we expressed earlier, if you have any questions to help onboard you. You got a copy of our board operating procedures manual this evening as a starting point, along with all the resources online, lots of documents, but we're here to support you and the work, and we're here to support each other and to challenge each other as well, because that's the nature, is to keep students first in mind and to continue to challenge each other, to debate, and to honor our service for our students. I want to wish everybody a happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, because this will be the last time that we meet before we come together again in 2021, which I hope will be better than 2020. I am very grateful for Team HISD, for our students, for our families, for our support staff, for the teachers, for our team of 10 powerful women here in this boardroom, and for all of the chiefs that are here with us tonight as well. Thank you so much. And again, just welcome, looking forward to 2021. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, for your service as well and supporting during these very, very trying times. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Trustee Bluford Daniels, and I just want to remind everybody, try and keep it to 1 minute.
Why you do that before I get ready to say something?
No, it was because Trustee Flynn-Villaseca just went on for like 2. So if everybody starts going on for 2, then we're here even longer.
Thank you.
It wasn't you, it was her.
Big thank you to our teachers. A big thank you to our teachers, bus drivers, support staff for all you do. A special shout out and thank you to board services for all these extra meetings that we put on you all and the extra time that you're spending 12, 14 hours there. Happy holidays. Welcome again, Trustee Guidry. I hope this inaugural meeting, I hope you don't decide that this is not what you want to do, that we can go ahead and be through. But thank you and happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah. But more importantly, be safe. Love your families. Kiss them, hug them, because we just don't know what's going to happen in 2021.
Trustee Guidry?
Yes, this has been a long day for me. But, you know, I have to say, everyone has been warm and welcoming and excited to have me, almost as excited as I want to be here. I want to say thanks to the teachers, to the administrators, to everyone who works within HISD to help our children be successful. I can't wait to jump in on the first of the year, and even hopefully before then, if I can get to meet with some of the principals and people in my area. Dr. Layton, if you would allow me to meet with you regarding that, but I'm ready to get started. So until then, happy holidays. Thank you all for the welcome. I'm going to say that the food was for me, but I think y'all just have it anyway, but I'm just going to assume that it was for me.
Trustee Allen?
As 2020 exits and 2021 enters, I acknowledge our year of flexibility, and I am filled with hope for the new year to come. Welcome, Trustee Guidry. Now you may understand the question that I asked about our time. But I want to say I'm looking forward to 2021 and some real hugs. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, welcome, Trustee Guidry. And no, you can't change your mind. Even too late. You've been sworn in. Papers were signed. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, for the great conversations tonight and answering all of our questions. I know this took extra time this evening, but we hadn't discussed instructional continuity in a couple of months, along with our first progress monitoring. So I very much appreciated the conversation. And everything that you shared with us. Look forward to the next workshop on police function and seeing those policy proposed changes. Sorry to disappoint you, Trustee Flynn-Villaseca. We will see you next week, I hope. We do have one more meeting, and that is hearings next Thursday morning. But our next regular board meeting will be in January. And then one order of business, just so the public is kept apprised on this, next steps for our superintendent search. We have posted on the HISD website solicitation of proposals for search firms. The deadline for that is the end of next week. All the instructions are online, and then the board will be meeting in January to consider those proposals and next steps towards hiring a search firm. So just to keep everybody up to date on that. All righty. With no...
I didn't get to go.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And we are voting next Thursday, too.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just real quick, I just want to thank, mil gracias to all of Team HISD, every single person that has had a part to play in the education of our children. That has been no easy task this year. I'm a parent of 3 kids, elementary, middle, and high school. We're struggling. The struggle is real. Virtual learning is not easy. I see the efforts of teachers. They do not go unnoticed. Because we ask for data doesn't mean that we're heartless or we just really want to know how the children are doing. It's important, and I think it's important to be transparent to the community. But thank you, a huge, huge thank you. I'm humbled to be among this amazing group of women that I know are extremely passionate about their communities and ensuring that our children get the best education, COVID or no COVID. So, felices fiestas y prospero año nuevo.
And that's what I get for trying to do a different order tonight. I'm so sorry. All right. Our next regular board meeting will be on January 14th. An agenda review for that meeting will be held on January 7th, 2021. Hopefully we can put this awful year behind us. There being no further business this evening, this meeting is officially adjourned at 9:43 p.m. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa. See some of you next week. Everybody else in January.